so I don't get my typical message from Rosie. Is the stream up?
Oh, she's glued.
My girlfriend's loving it. So, yes, stream please.
Stream is up.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about a bunch of stuff this game session. We got a whole bunch of stuff that I want to go over really quickly. I want to talk about. I want to do the fucking recap. I want you guys to do the recap because a lot of stuff is going to get strange here in the next couple of game sessions. And this is going to be an important one, I think, for the greater storyline. So even though this is very much an improvised game session, there is, I don't know if you guys can feel it in your heart, but the stakes are starting to rise just a little bit. You know, the paths are beginning to diverge. So I want to start today's game session with a couple of things. First of all, overwhelmingly, I got a bunch of votes for, no surprise, Saigar as sort of the most interesting person of the last game session, the most powerful lines, the most badass choices in the last game session. So overwhelmingly, Saigar is going to get one of the Geomancy cards. The way that we are doing this, of course, now is it's not going to be like whoever gets the most votes every game session, but now I'm just tallying it up so that like once people get 10 votes collectively, I'm keeping track on a piece of paper, notepad document, I guess. I'll go ahead and award them at that point in time. So this is not just for last session, Saigar, but Ash, you've had people comment on this before. So congratulations. This isn't just from like one line last week, but it is well earned. Tell me what it is.
Don't. He's trying to trick you.
Oh, alright. Nope,
If
not
it's-
going to tell you.
If it's complicated, I'll explain the rules and how it works.
It's really not complicated at all.
Don't believe his lies.
And then the other thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to quickly take a moment. We've done this a couple of times here, where just to kind of get into character as we sort of dive into today's game session, I wanted to ask people another character question. This is a more complicated one. This is going to take some time. Get your fucking imagination, creativity hats on here real quick. I wanted to ask everybody, you've all, lived a full life, right? From children to adults at this point in time. And your stories have taken you basically across the entire content of Rios. And I want you guys to take a moment to think about whether it was somebody who was on screen or not. I mean, Shay could take the easy point and be like, oh man, Mother Dearest answers this question for me perfectly, and here's why. But I want you guys to think about a point in time in which your character had an enemy. Maybe it was a bully from when you were kids. Maybe it was somebody where it wasn't so much an enemy as just like a rival. I'm sure that Warren and Jam Dunk had their share of it, when they were in Epitaph. But I want you guys to tell me a little bit about a person who was an antagonist to you over the course of your life, how you dealt with that, and whether or not you would still approach it the same way the person that you are now. And I know that's a lot. Got to think of a good emotion song here. I really like this one. I don't know why.
So as a child, well, I guess the question. You're right. The question is hard, and so I'm gonna give my gut reaction answer, and then you tell me if it's good enough. And then so I'll answer first and give everyone else a little more time to think, and that way I'll get time to think in case the answer's not good enough. But there's the biggest example that I can think of when you ask that question is really kind of harkens back to the kind of the inciting incident that changed everything for Kyvius, which was when the refugees kind of flooded up from oh my god, me and names. Flooded into Highhelm, flooded through the Orderlands, and displaced him and his family. And his parents, who were rather generous. His mother, who was a healer, his father, who had, wasn't a 1%er, but certainly upper middle class, were extremely generous and really almost to their own fault. And it was the refugees and the way that they acted, the way that they took, the way that they became entitled, the crime that flooded in, the disruption of his world as a youth, that Kyvius saw these people who were desperate but doing things really just to survive, saw them as evil, saw them as filthy and disgusting and evil, and represented everything that kind of destroyed his world. Which is so funny because he would handle that so differently and likely very similar to his parents now after the time skip, because Kyvius had to do crazy, sometimes horrible, awful things to survive in those ensuing 10 years to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. Not to mention the fact that he didn't have the empathy to see through the eyes of those refugees, that what they were doing was really all boiled down to their need to survive as well. He doesn't know specifically how he would handle that situation differently, but he's certainly grown up in his perspective of it, yet the emotional scars of that kind of inciting incident that really kind of displaced his perfect little life as a child, or as a small child, certainly had a major impact on his life.
I think that's fantastic, all of it.
Thanks.
Yeah,
that was a great answer.
Sorry, just one thing I don't understand. Is it a rival and how we would deal with it now? That's the only thing I didn't...
Yeah, how you dealt with it back then, and then who you are as a person now, how it would have happened differently, if at all. Just a person or antagonistic event from your past, an enemy of some type, where the two of you never saw eye to eye on a matter, something happened, and maybe you fucking got the short end of the stick, maybe they did, but ultimately, if your perspective has changed, if you could go back and do it differently. For example, Saigar, you put an arrow in somebody's neck at one point in time.
at one point.
And they are
I don't think I would change anything about that.
No, that's fair. And if you want to take a turn now, by all means.
I need a couple more minutes, though.
Sure, of course.
Well, I guess I'll go, because I'll stretch this a little bit.
Settling in.
Yeah, so when Morgaine woke up, in the sense of waking up and returning to this world, there was a period of comfort that came with it, mainly because he was greeted immediately by his closest friend. The problem, and the quick ensuing problem over the couple of months, is the dynamic between him and Karna has always been Karna's very grounded, factual, fact-based, very straightforward in her approach of things, where Morgaine is a bit more of an idealist. And the people you find the enemies that you have exterior can never harm you than then against the disagreements of those you hold closest. And those tend to be sometimes an unperceived antagonist towards yourself, and can be a poison that sort of destroys you. Over time, their arguments and their bickering about what she was representing with staying with the Ka and what she was doing became a source of resentment and anger. And it ultimately led with Morgaine leaving, enough of the bickering, enough of the same thing every day, he was never going to change her mind. He was never going to save the one he loved the most. So he decided to walk away. In those years that he walked away, I think his driving force and his ultimate conclusion of the mistake he made is he should have not tried to argue. He should have not tried to leave. He should have instead become stronger and not only show that the world isn't black and white, but show that strength, that power of resolve can find new solutions. It doesn't have to be between A and B.
Yeah, I think that's a heavy one, but yes, absolutely true.
Definitely still good.
I think I have some ideas. So part of Saigar's backstory, they're still not quite revealed, right? But I think the group knows for the most part that there's, he clearly was a noble in his past, and one of the reasons that he left that nobility is still kind of not known to the whole group, right? But I think a part of that is, instead of a specific person, it's more about a particular displeasure for how he saw people who were of noble status living and how they treated other people. So part of that, I think, is his disgust with that kind of style of living, the fact that it stepped on other people and trampling others and for their own betterment. And I think that's part of what moved him away from that life. And obviously, the group has not heard the entire motivation behind it, but I think folks at this point, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but I think have kind of recognized that on their own in the group and understood that especially since his reveal of his lineage in the casino. That being said, there's a certain anger that does reside within him, and I think even when we were looking at those paintings, those sin paintings, if you recall, Saigar was drawn towards wrath, and there's definitely a event in his past, particularly that struck a very personal nerve with him, and looking at the world in a very kind of the opposite of Morgana, actually. In that moment, everything felt very black and white, and his anger took the better part of his judgment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Would you do it again?
In the circumstance, yes. But again, part of this is still the group does not know what happened there, and I think it's safe to say that I think given the same set of circumstances, I believe the character would still behave the same way.
Got it. That's a great one. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I can go.
Shot a bitch. Don't regret it. Would do again.
No, for Shay, thinking to a more recent kind of event with the wraith at the circus. Fuck, what was it called? Either way, yeah, Crooked Veil. In the tent with the group. For most of her own, during the time skip and since the childhood's end, there was a lot of running away from her own problems, and that was kind of the first time that she turned around and dealt with it, and then there were friends there. So it's kind of an in Prague thing for her. So like there's still maybe like a fear there, but like now there's questions about whether or not there was like lost opportunity or the ability to learn more, or whether or not things could have been changed. But I don't think she would have changed her actions.
Got it.
So good. I think Warren could probably make a long list, as he does this often. I mean, there's obvious ones. There's the Sorothian. There's some people on Epitaph, of course, with how long he's been out there. And especially because originally when he came to Epitaph, he didn't have any powers, and he was a weak shitter. Because he'd lost his arm, and he was just trying to fucking make things work. But the biggest enemy is one he still has, and it's a little stretchy and it's a little philosophical, but it is the island of Epitaph in its current state. And it's due to the fact that throughout the time that Warren spent there, of course, he became part of the culture where you hunt and you slay and you defeat Ageless. But in his eyes, it has become a very self-congratulatory and insular society that focuses on something that if they'd put their fucking focus together and gone and done something, they could have ended it instead of just been preventing it for years and making it their legacy. And he, for a long time, has tried to convince people that we need to stop the Ageless. We need to leave and find out what causes them. We need to stop them forever. We don't need to just kill them. And he's never been able to get people on that side, despite his success. Nobody has come around to his way of really thinking on the island, and that has been his enemy. And the big change that he'd do now, instead of trying to convince people, he'd just fucking do it and expect people to come with him in his way instead of trying to convince them to do it. He'd be the first to go forward now, I think.
I look forward to your arrival there.
It's gonna be fun.
I can't imagine Eerie has any enemies, being the adorable little fae that he is.
I wouldn't really say like enemies being any like people per se. I guess it'd be more just I guess more of a just frustration with a system that seems never to break from where he grew up and came from.
That's very true.
And just hoping to bring some kind of change to remedy this situation, I guess, is kind of why he's here in the first place.
So Eerie still thinks at some point in time he's going to go home and fix the sort of broken system.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Last week, you guys had come to Port Ironghast, not with the intention of participating in some kind of silly mithril chef competition, nor having any idea that there were actual major stakes that were being held towards the populace and her people here. It was really just a means to an end. You still continue to travel west towards the vast, unexplored mountain range that sort of exists on the far western side of the world, and trying to find the landmarks that this prophet Veldraxon, who you're starting to get the sneaking suspicion, maybe more than he appears, to find out whether or not this ridiculous plan by Javi and the King, and who knows who is being manipulated anymore, actually come to fruition. But all you can do is plod onwards, hoping that there will be answers on the horizon. And before you can make it across the Opal Trench, attempting at least to conserve your precious Residium without Kyvius destroying all the magical knickknacks you've come this far to acquire, you had managed to meet a rather erratic individual who had promised you that they would get you across the Opal Trench, which for the first time after arriving in Port Ironghast, you sort of understood where it gets its name. Because it is this beautiful, glittering, vast ocean, basically, between the two divided continents of Rios, said to have been where Cord once slammed a weapon down in his anger and fractured the continent in twain. Because here, the trench is so deep that it washes the minerals up to the surface and it glitters like thousands of diamonds. And from here, it's breathtaking. The breathtaking view is somewhat diminished, of course, by the fact that looking out over this massive bay, you stand in a city that is mostly now slums at this point in time. Even here in the noble district of the city where things are at their most beautiful, there is still very much an ambiance that people have fled for greener pastures, if such a thing exists, where, ironically, most people are heading towards where there is no greenery, to the far north of the Gravelands, hoping that the people there who have been insular in their nature for so long will be able to provide for yet another crowd of refugees heading northward, desperately trying to pour out of the port, where it is already very clear that the Ka has begun to establish a foothold, as it were, of people who ultimately would be loyal to them when push eventually does come to shove. And you have heard the story from when you were children, where brother turned against brother in these cities when the lords arrived and said, "Cool, either you're with us or you're dead. Take some time to decide and figure it out, and we'll see you in the morning." And this particular line of reasoning, the take all the time you need to figure it out, and I know that you'll come to the right decision, is unfortunately this very same line of reasoning that is being utilized now by the leader of the Bond Mages, a guild of very powerful, high-ranking wizards who have bonded together for their own purposes. Where Jan Savos, having come to the town of Port Ironghast for his own purposes, presumably to take the Foundling stone here from the city, stones that you've never laid eyes upon personally, but have heard that they basically serve as a power source for an entire city, and they come from the sky. Has basically made a deal with the city where, in exchange for this powerful ritual and helping them discover the last remaining piece of the puzzle that the port has been researching for years now, where if somebody was able to create a meal fit for a king, which Saigar and his sous chefs have absolutely done without any question, you know that they would be able to create the final ritual, that of the hero's feast, and basically feed the town and possibly even all of Rios for the foreseeable future. As long as Residium exists, people won't starve. And it is at this moment that you are sort of torn, because as you have just finished this conversation with Jan Savos Saigar, where he has you stood up to this mechanical warforged mage, and his face unable to contort with frustration, you certainly heard it in his voice as the mage walked away with his people in tow. Even as you're watching the retreating form of this this person who you now know is a very possible enemy, you can hear the sounds of your companions rushing up behind you. The fact that they are still wearing aprons from the Mithril Chef tournament, of course, just covered in various goos and jellies and horrible things from your brief trips into what you now understand to be the Feywild. There is also, like, as they rush up to you both to offer their support and have questions, you can also hear just an enormous, the crowd all in front of you, just not cheering your name because they don't know you. You are just the Mithril Chef to them. But just thunderous applause and cheers and whoops of just exultation and joy as these people look to you as this person who has done the impossible, who has guaranteed them a future, who has, and you can just look on the faces and see just tears pouring down and hope in their heart and love in their eyes as this entire town looks up at you, Saigar, and waits for you to say something, even as some of the mages from the Placidium sort of scuttle over to shake your hand and congratulate you. what do you all do?
I think I turn to the group first and say, I know what I said may seem very hot-headed, but I could not stand by and let these people be essentially duped and abused by these bonds mages.
No, you practically hold on, accent problems. No,
He turns his finger on his neck.
You practically, slapped him with your dick there. So I'm in all support of whatever that was.
I realize it might be very foolhardy, but sorry, Morgan.
Davos only really cares about himself, so I'm glad you thought of the people first.
That leads to our next predicament, though.
What in God's name are we going to do?
There's no way we can accept this, though. That's my stance on this. But that being said, I am also pragmatic. We got to figure out a way out of this.
Well, you're the Mithril chef. Ultimately, you make the call. So if you can't stand for it, then we can't stand for it.
I understand. It's just pragmatic in the sense that, like, I'm not as worried about us. I mean, I'm partially worried about us, but my worry is more about what these bonds mages may do. I mean, do we know them to be very wrathful type?
Yes.
Well, I mean, right now it seems like we got sort of a crowd of folks out there. You give speeches.
Incredibly shitty ones.
Do your best. You gotta give them some hope, right?
Steele, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Does the Shroud of Oblivions only work in having people remember their interactions with you if it's activated while you're having said interaction?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just checking.
That's a great and horrifying question. Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was my question. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Saigar, some of the mages rush up to you. One of them is doesn't rush, but he is a hobgoblin. Maybe a goblin. It's hard to tell. I mean, you're not really. It's hard to tell what the difference is. Just wearing some very, very simple robes, you can tell that sort of self-conscious of his green skin. He has like a bit of powder on his face to lighten the skin tone a little bit, and it does not look good. And he's getting on in years, so just like how when you're talking about sort of an elderly senior citizen, there's the unsightly nose and the air here and the ear hair and stuff, and just the face wrinkles and things like that sort of comes with the old age. You can tell that this goblin is sort of experiencing some of the same things, and you can just see like the very thick, gummy yellow earwax that sort of half pours, half drips out of his left ear that he seems fairly unaware of.
While I'm eating my burger, thanks.
No problem, man. And comes up to you and shakes your hand and says, "Well, congratulations, Mithril Chef. I suppose you'll be wanting to see the stone then to finalize the deal. Unless you would prefer to learn the ritual first, we can go through that now. It should take no more than a day."
I think we shall do the ritual first.
"Marvelous," he says. "Bring your meal." And he points to your big dish of like spaghetti and meatballs. That is worth its weight in gold, let me tell you. Do you want to bring your sous chefs? He says, and points specifically, of course, at Kyvius and Morgaine.
I would like to bring all my comrades if possible.
He blinks once, goes, "I didn't realize that you were connected. That must have been unfortunate. I heard there was a bit of a scuffle in there."
It was the best.
He blinks again, goes, "Well, I'm glad to hear it all worked out."
Big glob of jelly just falls off Morgaine.
With very little effort, sort of just gestures to you and a lot of the bond mages who are nearby watching, begin to sort of like pursue the now disappearing shape of Jan Savos as if waiting for further instructions. And it's very clear that, like, based on the whole supervillain Batman style way in which he stomps, you get a very serious, like, I'll be back kind of approach from this scheming Warforged shape as he hulks off. But you are not far from the tower that is known as the Placidium. And you know it to be a place where, like, magical studies occur. It's really where most people come to learn magic. And as you get a little bit closer to the tower itself, again, there's still a crowd of people that are following you and cheering you. Nobody asks for your name. You're just referred to as the Mithril Chef. And to actually get up to Placidium, which is in the noble section of the city, even though the entire city is kind of slums-esque, it's very clear that the city was built around this building. And it's not the first time you felt this way. Much like when you were in High Helm, it was very, very clear that the slum section of the city there, the oldest section of the city, it almost kind of built around the museum there. You get that same vibe where the buildings here are empty and desolate, but ancient. And the architecture is very dwarvish in nature. Reminds you that this city has been around for ages. And the tower, I don't know why it's always a wizard's tower, really. But it is this multi-tiered, buttressed structure that rises up out of a nearby hilltop where you can see that the erosion of the wind and the sea water in the air for so long have eroded away most of the stone around the base of the tower, and it's been reinforced multiple times where now the base of the tower also just sort of sits on a fairly sheer cliff face that just drops another like 30, 40 feet from where the actual entryway is. And there's no stairs that lead up to it. It looks like it has been intentionally made fairly difficult to access. Just you almost get the impression just to like annoy people who are making their way there or expecting some kind of grand, wonderful thing. Something truly impressive. A lot of the stories you've heard about the Placidium from people who have never been there say that it hangs upside down from a mountaintop and that gravity is reversed on the inside and that you can see like all of the stars in the night sky because they track the movement of every single star, and that all appears to be fairly bunk. The big heavy double doors open automatically as you get close to the entryway, but that's about the only magic that really emanates off of this building. In fact, the more that you get close to the building, you realize that it appears to be an old ancient lighthouse that has been converted over at some point. It's not to say that the inside isn't impressive. When you get right into the front lobby of the Placidium Tower itself, it's very clear that there are no staircases. In again design that reminds you very strongly of the Gallery of Art and Arcanum, there is something here in the way that this big central foyer is built to be somewhat like an observatory. Reminds you so intensely of the place that you adventured when you were children. They don't appear to be tracking the night sky, however, because in the center of this, yeah, in the center of this large open foyer appears to be what you think at first glance is to be a massive globe. It lies suspended, floating in midair, again, about 10, 12 feet off the ground, that has constantly rotating large metal discs that circle around it constantly. And as you get a little bit closer, you can see that each of these reflect not just a part of the world, but they appear to reflect a plane. And in fact, as they move and rotate around, you can see that there's hundreds of like night sky stars that have their various positions all around the room. The reflections shine off the black marble floor. It is very clearly an effort by them to track not just the movement of the stars in the current night sky, which have long been obscured by the howl, but also to try to track the movement of the stars in the Shadowfell and Feywild as well. And even planes beyond, places that look like they have no name. And there's about 24 mages here that are milling about in the front lobby, most of them clad in the same very basic, simple robes, most of them in their mid to late 40s, certainly older, not many children here. And it really does seem to be a um, very soft-spoken place, I guess. It's very subdued here, and not the impressive Harry Potter-esque flights of fancy that you would expect from a magical college.
Hmm.
And he leads you towards sort of the central foyer, and then turns to you and says, "Yeah, they can stay here if they'd like, or if you would like to all accompany me together, we'll be just spending a few hours together in one of the side rooms to actually just teach the fundamentals of the ritual if you're not familiar with magic. Again, please do not drop that; it is extremely important." And then from there,
before we go and turn to the rest of the group, how much longer did the lead bonds mage say we have?
an hour.
He said an hour. Yeah.
If we go into this ritual, that means pretty much we're blowing him off. I mean,
I assume it's
that
like
was my
and
intent.
then
I'm
he
just
binds
wondering.
it, right?
I'm just worried that he's going to hurt others while we do this.
I don't think he would jump to that. I think he was inferring that he will come find us in an hour.
My
Yeah.
impression was that he's going to hurt us.
Definitely so.
Yeah, like if he hurts people, then our decision's made, right? Like that's not good for him.
Well, we don't necessarily know that he doesn't know us. He doesn't know that harming innocents would be a way to make us either tilt in his direction or set us against him.
But he knows me to a certain degree.
Oh, really?
Mm.
What's the story there?
It's Warforged aren't people in the car.
Right.
Right.
But does he know you specifically?
Yes. He did call me out by name in the competition.
But do you know him?
Well, I don't know him incredibly well. He talked with my sister and...
So, wait, he's been to the car then?
I want to say as well, this conversation is fairly tough to have because, like, as you are trying to talk, there are mages who are coming up to you and like congratulating you on being the first people to find the necessary ritual component, something they've been working on for years. They talk at length about, like, hi, I'm so and so. I was involved in this part of the magical theory for the ritual that we were about to do. No credit necessary if you ever want to like.
Are these bonds mages still?
No, these are people who have basically opted to have their loyalty fall with the cities of the Gravelands, whereas the Bonds Mages are people who, many of them have either like been rejected by this magical academy or have learned enough and went all fucking Slytherin Hogwarts and have decided to go form their own semi-evil organization of wizard mafia led by young.
I'm sure they're quality individuals.
I mean,
single-minded in their pursuit of. Go ahead.
I was going to say I could drop a smoke bomb, then that would leave us alone.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's they can't solve that. In Wizard's weakness, they're fairly single-minded, where they have been unified by the goal of trying to discover magical ritual to bring the dead back to life.
Yes, the bonds mages. You mean, right?
Did you say to bring the dead back to life?
Yes.
In hopes of giving Jan Savos life again.
Okay. I remember that part, but
that too, but it's also made up of people who, for example, like have lost family, and that very stereotypical caricature of, like, he was just dabbling in magic and then he lost his loved one, so he delved down into a deep forbidden path trying to find anything to bring them back. This is an organization of a bunch of people with that same kind of like insane drive.
And no one ever taught them raise dead.
That is a ritual that no one knows.
Oh my.
They are attempting to discover a raise dead ritual that doesn't have any kind of restrictions on no time of death or things like that. It
doesn't exist on Rios.
They're trying to find the ritual for resurrection through resurrection. There is no current raise dead ritual anywhere on Rios.
Yeah.
Which is important to know if one of your characters ever dies.
You're fucked.
It's okay, we're not level 8 anyway.
It's true.
What happens at level 8?
That's when the ritual level you need to be to cast it.
Ah, I see.
You can cast rituals at any level, but that's the level that normally
It is.
you get it around. Yeah, it's a level 8 ritual, but like you can get it at fucking level 1 if your DM is like, all right, whatever. But
It's not
the
even that
ritual,
expensive.
yeah, it's not. But the
It's
ritual
only like
doesn't
500
currently
gold.
exist.
I
That's
mean, what's
pretty
it?
expensive.
I mean, comparatively,
I think I'd turn to. I'm sorry. Did what's his name introduce himself? The guy who let us in here.
He did not.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. Kyvius.
Master
Kyvius
Master
what?
Goblin.
Oh, he looks up at you with again like big red eyes and says, "Sorry, I'm used to people recognizing me here. I'm sort of the only goblin. My name is Oxus, Archmage Oxus, the seventh son of Ayu. And that's literal, in case you're curious."
Wow. That was a productive family. Arxus, do you mind, and would we have time to, would you have a private chamber off to the side where we could prepare ourselves to receive your teachings, maybe for an hour or so, just where we could talk amongst ourselves and make sure that we're in the right state of mind to learn new magical abilities?
He says, "Please do not refer to it as receiving my teachings, but otherwise, yes, absolutely. Right this way."
Absolutely. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I'm
And
just trying
you,
to get us away from the crowd so we can talk uninterrupted and decide what we want to do.
Also, we may want to hang out for an hour until the bonds mages decide what they want to do.
Is it going to take a couple hours to learn the ritual?
I thought that's what he said.
well,
I heard
Oh,
5.
sorry. He's asking. Sorry.
it sort of depends on your magical aptitude, but I would say that's about accurate.
so like 12.
4 months.
I mean, we have 3 arcane. Actually, Shay, you have arcane skill as well, right?
Eh.
It's your ritual.
You are led to it's very clearly has been set up ahead of time to be like a fairly nice little boardroom, essentially, where it looks like it was a study hall at one point in time, but a lot of chairs have been pushed out into the center of the room, where a large kind of banquet table sits here now. With it has been mostly cleared off. There's a couple of globes and things like that that sort of um, blow your mind a little bit, because it's always weird to see a globe where it's a big round planet, but there's just this single island of Rios mapped out, and the rest is all just fucking like question marks everywhere else. And there's like a couple of weapons here that are kind of behind glass and various objects that is very clear they're hoping that nobody just fumbles around with and touches. But it's a boardroom that's big enough for about a dozen people, and you are ushered into what is a very nice little place just as the sun is beginning to set, with plenty of places for Shay to just sort of lounge on plush velvet cushions, if not the fairly nice little chairs have been brought in here for you.
Oh, fancy.
No, very
Says,
fancy.
I'll leave you to your discussions. Come find me in the front foyer when you want to talk more.
Much
And
appreciated.
don't let that spoil or fall or anything. He says it's really about the metaphorical idea of the meal more than it is the quality of it. It's fine if it gets cold or a little dust on it or whatever, but it is still very important. And he closes the door with a little bit more kind of concern about perhaps peering into you, kind of, as you can see his like last little red eye disappearing behind the door than you would expect like a powerful archmage or the headmaster of an academy to have. He really does sort of strike you as a very meek individual, and you are left alone.
All right, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get us away from everybody else so we could talk uninterrupted for just a moment to decide what we're going to do. Obviously, we've got ourselves a bit of a problem here. I mean, whatever we do, in some way, this place is going to be punished. Am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong, but I think it's up to us to try to protect this place.
I don't disagree, but one thing to keep in mind, and listen, I'm only playing devil's advocate at this point. One thing to keep in mind is this is one town, and we're trying to save an entire country. So sticking around and fighting the things that are coming out of the portals because they won't close them, that's or defending this town from the wrath of the bonds mages. That's not really an option for us if we want to follow Javi's plan and try and take a risk to save all of the Orderlands.
I would normally agree with you, Cavius, but too often in my life have I felt that I've been following a principle of the ends justify the means. Can we really live with ourselves if we leave this town to its fate that the bonds may just want to inflict upon it?
Why don't we ask the town?
There's sort of also it doesn't have to be so binary. It's not like if we turn down the deal, there are other things, to sort of think about and consider. A lot of us are magically inclined. We might be able to close, the portals ourselves. A lot of people on Epitaph, they might be able to come out and fight the things in the portals. There's other stuff. You gotta think.
I agree. I don't feel like we're condemning the city to endlessly fight the portals if the bonds may just leave. I'm more worried about what their immediate actions are going to be.
Well, listen, no matter what we do, we need to leave. We can't stick around here and do it. I still think it's still your choice, Saigar, but in 3 months' time, Foundling Stone or not, if this city is so quick to compromise, the Ka won't. If they won't fight for their survival, we aren't doing them any favors by setting them up for another fight. These people need to be willing to fight, to be willing to stand up and say no.
That's not only a fantastic point, but think about what Morgaine just said in terms of timelines. Okay, these people, we're talking about the fall of a civilization in 3 months without its foundling stone. They would be in darkness, yes. There would be no running water, yes. There would be, civilization as a whole would leave this place, but the people would be here, and the food would be here, and the chance to survive, and 3 months is not that much time. Because after that 3 months, it's the car. That's what it is.
Are we to assume that Javi's plan is going to help these people as well?
Javi only said he's doing High Helm.
High Helm,
No.
correct.
That's why.
Sorry.
That's why we need to make a plea. We need to incite fire into them. You can't save someone that is unwilling for it. If these people genuinely ask for help, we can help them. But if they just want to take the deal, I don't think there's anything we can do.
But part of me does not think that they understand what the implications of that deal are.
I don't necessarily agree with that. If you remember that nice lady and her child that we came in, there was a desire to fight in her. What she said to us was, if I won the competition, I wouldn't hand over the Foundling Stone. I'd say no deal. So there is a spark here.
No, I agree, Kyvius. That's exactly my point, though. I think that there are certain individuals within the city who are clearly educated, but I don't think, as a whole, they understand the implications of losing the Foundling Stone.
And in the event they lose their in the event they don't lose their Foundling Stone, in the event they fight, we've bought them 3 months. 3 months.
Yes.
Before the car wiped them out.
3 months, and maybe if they fight, someone survives. Maybe we get to our destination. Maybe we save High Helm. Maybe we can get back here. Maybe someone can get back here and save, if not just one child. One life saved is worth all of the fight.
So my question is,
I don't disagree. What I'm talking about is, how do we save that one life, or the most life possible?
If they get steamrolled, there's nothing we can do for them, though, right?
That's exactly.
So at least if they fight, if they resist, there might be time.
See, here's my
So-
next question.
Let me
Sorry.
interrupt you. I just wanted to jump in really quickly and say that, like, as you're having this conversation, you can hear just the sound of like a very silly, like, raw noise, and one of you sort of glances out the window, and you can see that there is pouring out of the abandoned noble complex, where you know that the sort of portal stones are still open, or portals rather, to the Feywild. There appears to what you can only really describe as some kind of biscuit monster, and dozens of smaller ones like that begin to rampage through the city. And it just like grabs one of the nearby tables and just starts shoving it down into its mouth, tablecloth, all the metal like cutlery and stuff on it whole, and like turning its gaze towards the people as soldiers of the city rush forward, arms out, like weapons and shields, and you can see there is one heavily clad granite guard that is already like doing battle with one of these, where as like the weapon is knocked out of his hand, like a single hand axe that he's holding from some kind of like large waffle-based entity. He brings his fist back and like throws a punch towards this, and as he does so, the armor shifts and changes around his hand. So it's this big, giant, like stone fist instead, and he just punches a hole right through it, and then it slams down into the streets of the city, cracking the cobblestones as it sort of like changes back into like his regular armor.
Where do we get one of those?
Is there anyone hurt?
Nobody seems to be hurt so far. They have a good handle on it, but they are certainly expecting that Jansavos is going to close it sooner rather than later.
I guess my next question is, do we want to go and try to close those portals instead of doing this ritual right now?
How would
you guys know how?
Yeah, does anyone here know how we would close? I don't have that kind of knowledge.
Can we make Arcana checks to see if we would know how to close a portal?
Yeah, fucking absolutely.
I imagine it's hard.
I'd imagine it's hard as well.
Nah.
Nah.
There we go.
Oh my god. Do I even bother?
Having... Fucking no, it's fine. Well, no, actually, 4 and holy shit. Wow.
We're hanging out.
This is not something... I mean, the fact that it's from the Feywild, certainly means that Eerie is a little bit more experienced with than anybody else. But both Warren and Eerie have actually done this before. It takes Residium, unfortunately, to sort of perform the ritual to close it. And the biggest problem that you guys are going to have specifically is if Jansavos has had the bright idea to, put some kind of additional effect, make sure it sort of like gets locked open. It's easy to hold portal, as it were, when we're talking about a legitimate portal. Depending on how much he might have predicted this course of action and somebody, physically trying to be like, you know what, no deal, fuck off. It is certainly possible that he may have done an additional step necessary.
Would we be able to detect that magic if he were to have done that?
If you were to make your way back to those things, yeah, probably I would say so. It doesn't look safe.
And then to close them while potentially fighting off the bonds mages and monsters.
Right.
That's the kind of task we're talking about right now.
And each time we sort of, it doesn't work, we're spending more of the limited resource we got in Residium.
This goes back. We can't do anything unless it's what the people want.
Well, yeah, no.
I mean, it's got to be up to them to decide if they want to live their life, whatever remains of it till the call come, on their knees or with their head held up.
So, how do we give them that choice?
Well, we have to tell them.
Is there a
Like,
way to
if-
summon
if-
a meeting?
If Savos gets mad, Savos gets mad. I don't care about his opinion. Let's go to the center of town, garner as much attention as possible, and plea.
I just want us to listen. I just want us to think one more time. This town needs food, and if it's going to survive when the car comes, it needs its people to make its way to High Helm. as far as what we are buying this town by keeping it intact is 3 months with its foundling stone before the car overwhelm it. Unless we know a way to stop all of the car, which is not even the plan right now. So, Sorry, go ahead.
Continue. I also have a bit of a sort of a long shot outside. It's hard with audio delay. Is a long shot outer idea that I think it's possible that once these things gets taken care of in the ocean, the things preventing the boats from going back and forth, that you might be able to get reinforcements from Epitaph to come out here.
That is crazy. That was going through my head as well. Like, given what you've described to us of the people that are there, I think they might even enjoy the challenge.
It could be a thing.
Maybe.
But how long would that be? How long are we asking them to defend themselves from the biscuit monsters?
It isn't about that. You're thinking far too broad. And if they ask for help, are you going to walk away?
If they
ask for help, are you going to walk away?
We didn't walk away.
No, that's not the question.
I don't understand the question.
If we tell them the situation and they ask, yes, please stop the bonds mages, are you going to walk away?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because that's what we're discussing right now. Beyond everything that you're discussing about future plans, I
don't think that's what we're discussing right now. And I understand where you're coming from.
No, you're thinking 3 months from now. I am saying right now. Right now, we go to them, we ask if they want our help. And if they say yes, we help them.
And then we potentially doom them.
Are you going to walk away if they ask for help then?
If it means dooming the rest of the world to help them, I would have to walk away, yes.
But it... And he's going to sort of be quiet for a second and then just sort of walk to the door and look out the window for a bit.
I mean, here's a question too. Like, how many of these bonds mages are there?
There's more than 30 from the last
season.
About.
And how strong are they?
That's a tricky question. That would be perhaps a history or an arcana check. To know a little bit more about them.
Also, in relation to how strong they are, they're not here prepared for a fight, but there's enough in force that it would certainly be a sort of a situation.
Do you think that they'd be willing to parlay or maybe
this is their parlay
compromise? No. For example, we have this Dijon's lamp. For example.
Yeah. Well. That I would never give to Jon Savos.
That could be very dangerous.
I forgot we had that.
I mean, we don't have it, right? Isn't it like buried?
No, I have it.
You have it with you. Oh.
I've been carrying it around.
Oh my god, that is terrifying.
It is. I do realize I'm sounding very hypocritical right now. We did not want to give it to Vale, and yet I'm about to hand it over to our bonds mage.
No, I don't even think necessarily we'll have to fight a bonds mage. I think it's more likely that we'll have to fight what they leave behind for us. If the deal doesn't take Jon Savos' leave. We still get the ritual though. Right? Right?
Right, because the ritual's not coming from the bonds mages.
Even if we don't take the deal, we still know how the magic works, and if we got a nation that cares about itself, then its people can learn the ritual, and they don't need the bonds mages. They need a way to survive the portals, though.
Right.
I wonder.
Just to clarify, like, Yonzavos has no way to force you to being like, cool, give me the fucking Foundling Stone now. You can just be like, later, bitch, and fucking throw up the middle finger and book it, with the idea that this town is certainly going to struggle in your absence. You could stay and fight for months and eventually, close the portals, but it would take some time. And even Eerie and Warren, who could potentially possess that knowledge, know that, again, to go in there to sort of the heart of it, it's not going to be a brief afternoon. It is going to require the town to assemble enormous amounts of iridium, far more than you possess, and for it to be like people supporting you and fighting just a constant, nonstop horde of food-based sprites and entities from beyond the realms, to buy Warren and Eerie like an hour or two to perform the ritual, only to be able to like bail out of there and come back the following day to do it again.
I mean, if the city was capable of defeating these monsters, isn't that not food on its own?
They are actually, most of them, inedible. Most of them are actually very poisonous, as hopefully was expressed by when you guys were in there fighting. Even though you guys got, meat and veggies and abnormal ingredient stuff, it was only because of Saigar's incredible preparation that you used basically only like the safe part of the Fey pufferfish.
Of the Fey pufferfish, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the same with the judges that ate our food.
But yeah, like a lot of them are edible, and if it turned out to be a situation where like they can just fucking resort to cannibalism and hunting in the Feywild, that is also absolutely an option, but also not necessary because you do now have, or are going to have access to the ritual. It is more a situation where the town has agreed to the deal, and the bond mages are nothing if not men of their word. They are always contractually bound. Their entire sort of corporate entity structure is based on the fact that they are always 100% honorable in their dealings. There is no shady shit, no small print, nothing of that nature. It was, we will supply the immense amount of residium necessary to open these portals to help you conduct this ritual, and in exchange, you will give us the Foundling Stone to help us recoup.
Had they said that they were able to close the portals?
Oh yes, they promised that. Although there was certainly, when people were trying to assess whether or not that was true, there was an air of doubt.
There was a what, sorry?
An air of doubt?
There was, somebody had done like an insight check, I believe, and there was just a hint of like, maybe they weren't planning on it, but it wasn't a for sure thing. Just enough to add that additional level of, maybe they're just going to take the fucking Foundling Stone and book it, although that would be the last time anybody ever worked with the bond mages, and it's...
So that would break their contract. Like
1,000,000%.
The contract did include... Okay.
But it's not a magically binding contract.
Right. It's just their reputation would be shattered.
Yeah. And Warren's expressed in the past, like they're not contract dependent. Like that isn't their motto self-service.
Right. It's also very clear to you that like when this situation occurred, I imagine that the majority of the town not would have voted on it, but they would have agreed upon making this deal, where somebody, probably Arxis himself, would have come out and talked to the town, like, hey, look, here's the deal. In 3 months, either most of us are going to be dead, or having to have fled our homes, or we're going to get invaded by the Khan, they're going to take our Foundling Stone. We can give it up now and ensure that nobody dies and nobody starves. What do you think? And they said yes, without question.
So if the town's already decided, or at least the majority of the town has already decided.
Right, but they were strong-armed into it, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they're desperate people in a desperate situation.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't even that strong of an arm. They're hungry. Yeah.
Don Savos could have come a few months earlier, before the math deaths had occurred. He picked the right moment.
So, and Warren is standing and kind of pacing at this point. So here's the thing that I believe, and the only reason I'm going through with doing it. I think there's a lot of logic to both sides of letting them fend for themselves. But I think deep down, this town doesn't want to go down just like that. I don't think they really want to pack up all of their things and leave. It's a good decision. It's a bad decision. Whatever. Fuck it. I think they want to have a chance to stand up for themselves. And I think that most mothers and people who live here would like, the opportunity to have gotten to stand up. And I can't help but feel like it's worth giving them that shot, even if everybody dies. I would want to get a chance to take that shot.
Okay, so
Especially if they're going to die anyway in 3 months.
if that's the case, I mean, I don't think any of you are wrong, and I honestly, deep in my heart, I completely agree with you. I'm just trying to bring a slightly pragmatic voice to this all. But I think if we were going to do one thing, I don't know if it's possible, but if this title, if this ritual, if this entire ordeal was about finding the mithril chef so that he could create this dish, technically 3 of us created this dish, and really all 6 of us had a hand in creating it.
So you say.
Okay, there. What I'm saying is, let's not even decide for them. Right now, only the mithril chef can hand over the Foundling stone. So here's my question: can we pass the title on? Let's put this entirely in the town's hands.
I don't know if that's a thing possible to be done. Is it? Do we know?
You have no idea. I also, to interrupt you again, sorry. This is, I also wanted to say that Morgaine, while you are staring out the window, you can just, something's not right. Something's weird. Where maybe it's just sort of the general buzz of magic here in the academy, but like you can feel almost like something in your head, almost like a thought that's not yours, like trying to find you. That's it.
Why don't we pull Arxus in here and see if he knows?
Would be worth asking. If we're gonna let the town decide, we need a way to.
Whatever we do, I think we should move. I got a weird feeling where we are right now.
That we're in the town or in the tower right now?
Where we are right now.
Here.
Okay.
Always listen to those sorts of things. Magic can feel lots of weird ways all over the place.
Alright, let's go out and find Arxus then and see if we can't ask a couple of questions.
Make sure dish.
Yeah,
careful
very
with the dish.
Careful.
Arxus is easy to find. He has not really gone far. It's like a lot of the immediate mages here from the Placidium are sort of in like congratulations with one another, talking about like who's going to sort of write the events of the day and who's going to sort of log this and who's going to be there to be present to watch the ritual take place. If there's going to be a certain number of people that would be distracting, if anybody knows anything about the mithril chef, if they've heard about this person, and they've like sent people out to talk in the town about if anybody knows if he's like a local citizen or whatever, or if any of these people, like again, it's pretty easy for Morgaine and Warren and Erie, for people to recognize them, and even for fucking Kyvius and Shay, you guys are all very noteworthy individuals, and they're discussing like going out and seeing if there's anybody there who might know any of you. And it has that vibe when you walk out of the room and close the door. It's like all eyes turn to look at you, and you have that very awkward moment where there's again about a dozen middle-aged wizards here. Some of them who start like clapping.
Oopsie.
Or not.
Sorry.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
I thought you were doing the call.
No, oh my god, what time is it? Oh, okay, 13 minutes. No, all of a sudden I almost forgot. No, I accidentally hit the update button on Discord, not really thinking about what I was doing.
All good.
Oh.
And And Arxis again walks right up to you, Sire, and goes, "So, Mittel Chef, are you ready to get started? We are sort of on a schedule here. Would you like to see the stone? Would you prefer a more comfortable workstation? My personal quarters are available if you would like a desk."
I think we had a question for him. Turn to the group.
Here's what we're sort of wondering: this Mithril Chef title, how does this work? It's not a transferable thing.
Arxis purses his lips together for a split second, and you watch as kind of like one eye just like goes up to the halo around your head and then back to you. Doesn't say anything, but there's a very clear look across his face that he is not treating you in any way, shape, or form as though he's trying to withhold information. And he launches into an extremely long exploration explanative lecture right away, where the gist of it that you get over the course of about 5 minutes of him talking nonstop is that the stone was actually here long before the city itself was. In fact, the stone that you see that's kind of like held in the clutch at the very, very top is only a small fraction of it. And most of it is in the top floor of the actual Placidium itself. The only way that you can access it is through sort of a special gateway that he has used long to sort of protect the stone. But the way that it has always worked is that they have been able to sort of create like a rune of power around it to siphon magic away from the stone, as all cities do, but they really have a mind of their own. And it has always been clear to them that this particular one, this Foundling stone, demands a peer. And when they have inquired magically what exactly this means, the images that they long got was of a massive beholder who's had given up all of its different stalks, its different eye stalks, basically, until only like the central one remained. It blinded itself completely with the idea that this would heighten eventually its sense of taste. And long before this city existed here, this beholder did. And it now appears to be an entity associated with Foundling Stone, this powerful ancient creature that is demanding, again, exclusively appear that it will be able to that's the only kind of individual it'll really deal with. And the Foundling Stone won't let itself be moved or overexerted or taxed, other than in what it sort of decrees to be these expansive magical rituals. So this long process, the whole Mithril Chef competition and the title have been hyped up in this complicated thing over about 20, 30 years, basically with the idea that that is what the Foundling Stone is going to respond to. So they have been trying to draw the attention of this quasi-sentient crystal, basically, and they don't personally have, a very foodie bone in their body, but it is what has always responded. So now, when these gates have been opened to let them access the portals, for example, this has been where the Placidium's magic has been able to go, because it has been responding to that in a positive way. Whereas something like, Javi, hey, let's teleport the city somewhere else. The stone itself couldn't give a shit.
So, Warren just fucking nods. He looks fascinated the whole time. So it's not sort of a. So we don't even know. This is just sort of. He's a Mithril Chef because it was the competition for the stone, and that's how it works.
That's essentially it. It was. We created the title and the whole concept of the Mithril Chef specifically to try to appeal to what this stone desired, and it's a sentient thing. And when you go there and see it, you'll know and you'll understand. But it's all part of the blood magic that sort of binds us all. And he stops talking abruptly. It's all sort of the moxia that binds us all together.
So if the Mithril Chef was to hand over the stone to the Bonds Mages, we don't even know if the stone would allow itself to be handed over?
We don't really know the outcome.
Look, I'm gonna sort of be straight with you here for a second, because that's the only thing I'm good at. Do you guys want to give up your stone?
He looks to the other mages and then looks to you, and it's very clear that he's trying to form his words in such a way that suggests that there is a secret being kept from them, but not from you. And he says, that's a hard question to answer, but what's not a hard question to answer is that one of the students here at the Placidium for years was a mage by the name of Javi, who personally flunked many of my classes.
What a surprise!
Sounds like a ridiculous individual.
He was always reckless and didn't have respect for the boundaries and the rules of magic. And it seems to me that if we are discussing what the future of this continent is going to be, I don't know where Javi is now, he says, with a very pregnant pause that indicates that, he certainly does. After losing his position there in the capital, which was a surprise to all of us, least of all me. But whatever is happening in the world in the coming months, we're all in it together. And there ain't towers or homes and crystals. None of that really matters. I think you'd probably all agree.
Yeah.
So, Arxis, were we to hand this over, could you get these people to High Helm for a chance at survival? Would they leave their homes?
Most of them already are. In fact, he says, and as he begins to continue, the doors to the massive building open once again, and you can see the very familiar shape of not just young Savos, but also several dozen bond mages following in his wake. And he says, with a voice that is not loud or thunderous, but is echoing in the fact of the room is now totally still and silent. And behind the unmoving mask that is his face, he very just plainly says, Mithril Chef, your hour is up.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And yeah,
keep talking.
And I'm getting my call. Sorry, go ahead.
Keep talking. Warren, come with me. Let's try to buy a bit of time.
Oh, okay.
And we'll sort of go down and greet the idea that I'm thinking in my head as we just talk with them, give the three remaining, and, well, unfortunately, Kyvius at the same time, just a chance to get the answer. Yeah. Just that the final little things there to buy him. Not necessarily a lot of time, just a little bit.
Speak quickly, Arxis. The future of your people depend on it. Let's say quietly.
He says, when it's time for us to leave, you can expect we'll all be leaving en masse in the blink of an eye. And again, like one very heavy step forward onto the marble floor, and unlike Arxis, it's very, very clear that he has no respect for the architecture, and his heavy footfalls rather, like, scuff the marble with each metallic, and takes a brief glance around, and just like two fingers reach up and pluck one of the little glowing motes of starlight out of the sky and separates it into two and places one back, and then walks across the room and sets the other one in the sky nearby, and turns with a very cold look towards Arxis and says, "You missed one. You're welcome." And then to you, Saigar, after some reconsideration, I want you to know, Mithril Chef, that I respect this play. Leveraging your position of newfound influence to sweeten the deal for personal benefit, I would do the same thing in your position.
He is not going to make this easy, is he?
So let it be said, Mithril Chef, that I am an entity of means and influence, and I am sure that we can make a deal where we don't need to resort to barbaric acts of violence.
Are you threatening us?
Not at all, he says. To start with, I don't know you. To the best of my knowledge, you don't know me either. We therefore have no reason to be enemies, and instead we have every opportunity to. We should talk, with no secrets between us, freely. In fact, you may start if you have questions. I know this whole hullabaloo has been an exciting affair.
I have to leave, guys. Let me know what happens.
Yeah.
You can give someone my character sheet if anything is needed. Oh my god!
Benji should, before he leaves, just shoot him.
Is he by himself?
Okay.
There are quite a few mages waiting outside. See ya! Waiting outside the front,
up.
2 double doors.
Didn't you say like a dozen?
Yeah, about a dozen and a half. It's very military fashion where they're lined up on both sides of the street.
On the outside, though, but not inside here.
No, not inside. They are very intentionally not setting foot inside the building. In fact, it's very clear they're like keeping their eyes forward. It's very military in the way that they operate. With very clear that Jan Zavos has expressed to them, you stay the fuck up.
Yeah, actually, can I make a warfare roll for one specific thing? I'd like to see if this is a gamble to say that if we turned on Jan Savos, he doesn't need help to assert his dominance.
That is a very good question.
I guess it's like a warfare insight roll.
I like warfare, hell yeah.
Ooh.
You come to the realization that the hour of time that was given was specifically not to like give you time to reconsider, but as a powerful mage, he would have used the hour to better prepare for whatever is about to occur. It's very clear that the mages that he is with, are preparing for things like if a getaway is necessary, kind of what would occur. But it is very clear that Jan Savos is has done some thinking about how to best handle this and is magically prepared for any kind of.
Oh Jesus! We gave the mage an hour of prep time. All right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And he says, Mithril Chef, would you prefer I begin, or would you prefer elsewhere?
I have a question to start us off.
He doesn't respond, and just waits.
First off, why the Foundling Stone? And second, would you consider anything else?
2 excellent questions. 1, we've never had one. The Ka has always prevented us from being able to acquire a source of one of the most mysterious types of magic that exist on this continent. We would have never thought to deprive one of the grand cities of Rios or her peoples the ability to achieve all of the great recreational activities to which they are so addicted. But now, in these trying final times, we feel that it was necessary to be able to both recoup our losses with said stone, but also to find one further step. All the people that you see out there, and he gestures grandly towards the 2 dozen bond mages who again do not respond, are people who have lost friends, family, loved ones. We would bring them back. And that is the most noble goal that I can imagine, but one which was always a source of great struggle for me, because there's no way that we could pursue it further without harming its people. People of Rios who we do everything for. And so, this moment is an opportunity for us both. And to answer your second question, simply, no. And there's another, 3-second pause. Now it is my turn for a question. Do you live here in this town, Mithril Chef?
That's a loaded question, I feel.
I answered you honestly, he says. And there's like a bit of a pause.
I hesitate to answer only because I feel you'll twist my words, but while I do not call Epitaph my home, I feel a kindred spirit towards these people in their plight.
He nods once and turns to Arxis and says, Goblin, fetch the tapestry, we're ascending. And then back to you, Saigar. Then you and I are once again kindred spirits. This city, her people, and the great struggles that it experiences on a daily basis wound the deepest cogs and gears of my soul. I am honored and gladdened to be able to make a difference here. And regardless of what happens between you and I think we can both agree that we already have. The city will not starve. Goal complete. In that, at least, we are allies. And he walks forward to get like a little bit closer to you within handshake distance, or perhaps loom distance. You're not sure which. But his gaze.
Step forward. Morgaine would try to get in between him and Saigar, and only let him closer if Saigar gave Morgaine the nod.
Absolutely. I imagine that Saigar does not immediately, and he finds himself stopped and again looking face to face with you directly.
That's close enough.
I also struggle with physical closeness. Understood. Another pause. Do you have another question? Because I have plenty.
Tell us again, how do you plan to feed these people?
The ritual, he explains grandly, will create a lifetime of food. Only thing necessary to operate it is the dust of the stars that litter the howl, of which we have plenty. When they run out of resources, when there is no last little trace of hidden wealth in the city, to transform useless dust into nourishment, then we will provide it. My question. In your travels, have you heard of a place called the Kiln?
Sorry, I lost my connection there for a second. Can you repeat that? Sorry?
He says, in your travels, have you heard of a place called the Kiln?
I personally have not. Warren, have you?
I don't think so. GM question, though, have I?
It's a tough one to answer in GM question. But I think Saigar, everybody sort of responds with the negative, and there is the grinding of metal on metal as it kind of Yonsavos moves into a shrug gesture, and his like very long, elegant coat sort of flaps in the wind behind him as the stars begin to sort of swirl around a little bit faster as a tapestry is fetched from Arctus, who scuttles forward. He sort of shirks before this much larger mage. And he says, well, you can't blame a forged for trying. You never know. So, then if you don't live here, Mithril Chef, what is it that brings you to the town of Port Irongast?
I'm simply afraid it's none of your business.
We are going to struggle to be allies if we can't even talk freely.
You know, Mithril Chef, can I use one of your questions, if you'll allow me?
Absolutely, Warren.
Thank you, seems only proper. I look forward. Has this deal, I say quite loud, been made openly with the other people of this town? This wasn't a small dealing.
Yes, he says very, very simply, no hesitation in his voice. And Morgaine, you still feel that weird, like, niggling sensation in your mind, like somebody's trying to find you. And now that you're, here with Jan Savos, you feel like it must not be him. It's hard to say. Maybe it's another mage.
When he does, I feel that tingle. His initial reaction would be to look out a window. Would just be what he does in correspondence to that.
Yeah. And Jan finishes saying, and that's sort of, at this point in time, he snaps a loud, angry, "Faster!" And you see that Arxis scuttles over with this tapestry that's, again, this beautiful depiction of this port overlooking the sea and the night sky, and he sets it down on the ground, and Jan Savo sort of leans down and just sort of grabs the corner of it and goes, "Let me see if I remember how to do this still." And then just gives the corner a little bit of a tweak, and you watch as a stairway forms down into this tapestry, and he starts walking down.
Can he do this by himself?
Yeah. Well, not what you're asking, but specifically, is he able to travel to the stone? Yes, absolutely. He's expecting you're going to follow.
He's walked off at this point.
He is in process of departing. He's a tall guy, so it takes a second.
Into the... Okay, I see what's
down
happening.
Into the tapestry, right?
Yeah, the stone. Got it. Suppose we follow.
I suppose we have to follow, but to what end? I think collectively as a group, we'd probably want to go down together.
Okay. It starts to wind and twist around. At one point in time, you're walking sort of sideways, and you can sort of see different classrooms and study halls and things sort of jut off to the sides. And at another point, you feel like you are actually ascending upwards. There's a moment where you're briefly underwater, the sea water hits you, and Yuri fucking wants nothing to do with it as his fucking wings soak. And Jan Savos doesn't turn back and continues to speak to you, Zygar. Mithril Chef, you have a family, I assume. A loved one, a child, a mother, a father. They don't need to starve, because you have been blessed with the means to save them, to be their hero. You have the ability to ensure the people closest to you will get to live as though they were nobles and wealthy for the rest of their days. You have leverage. What is it that I can provide for you?
I'm gonna pose that question right back to you. What can you provide us?
What about transportation? I assume that you don't live here in Irongast, as you have stated. I assume that you have not come from the Ka, as evidenced by your clothing. I can only assume that you have come here then to travel, as evidenced by your pirate companion, who has already accepted the sum of gold that I have provided for them to depart. Perhaps I can provide you a way to travel to whatever destination is in your future.
Good old friend, already gone.
Castro fucking failed. He took the money and ran. And a moment later, you guys find yourself stepping out into the light. There's a bright light where, again, it's I shouldn't say bright light because it's sunset. And you find yourself now at what you assume to be the top of the tower. It's a weird lurching experience. And Jan Savos stands next to the tapestry and extends a hand to sort of let you all up. And then once everyone is in this large room, he sort of just rolls the tapestry up and sets it underneath one arm, but there is no immediate exit from the room that you're standing in. But in front of you sits what you can only assume to be the Foundling Stone. It is about 15 feet tall. It is prismatic and multicolored in greens and purples, and you can see something large moving in the many crystal faucets and the reflection of it.
Uh-oh, health bars.
You always have
Everything
health
steel
bars.
makes health bars.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god. He is equally terrifying and amazing. I love his art.
Thank you, Binks. Glad you could be here. Womp.
What are we staring at?
This is
The
Foundling stone, isn't it?
Yeah, there's another one that is sort of in the ceiling up further. We can see there's a small little chunk of this that's clutched in kind of like the finger-like outcroppings of this tower. But in this room, in this sort of sealed area, is what you believe to be the stone, where there is like thick arcane reinforced glass all around it, looks out into the sea, and then kind of the top floor of the lighthouse. The floor that you're standing on is rocky and strange and almost like it's a slab of stone that has been taken from somewhere else in the world and carefully carved into strange arcane glyphs all around you. It's very clearly designed not for walking, but for some sort of purpose that you don't fully understand. And before you is the fucking stone, as mentioned, where you can again see that dark shape moving around almost inside of it, like a reflection that's just outside of your sight. But otherwise, it's empty. And Jan Savos like goes to step forward as if to touch it, and then like retracts his hand in a gesture that you have seen yourself multiple times before, War. And after a moment, he sort of deeply intones, "I have only been here twice. I feel as though it's shrinking as time goes on. But not so small," and turns back to you, "not so small that it will not be sufficient for our objective. Life, Mithril Chef. Life brought back from the brink of death. The goddess of death defied. The worst villain known to all man defeated. Death at last. That is our goal. And if we can save the lives of hundreds of people in our pursuit of the goal, then so be it. A wonderful side effect." And he takes a few steps away, and you can tell like a hand goes to a scroll at his side, which he just moves from kind of like behind his cloak to sort of just in his hand, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure such power belongs to a group like yours. If it were even true.
He shrugs again, grinding noise. It may not be. Experimentation is the most fun part of life, though.
It certainly is. Can I try to touch the stone?
Yeah, you walk right up to it, and you sort of have the same general vibe that you felt before, which is like something pushes back. And this time you can see specifically what it is as you look and peer into the stone, you can see this massive globe-like shape of a floating creature, decrepit and aged, or like the memory of one. And you can see that that's really what it is. It's just like when you were in that sort of the darkness in High Hell. You can see that there's a reflection here where surrounded by illithids, or like the memories of illithids, who have like brains on platters and like bowls full of eyes, this massive beholder is searching for something. And as you get close, this globe-like shape turns, and you can see where its central eye, the one that fits in its like the entire front part of its body, just above a mouth full of teeth, has been gouged out very violently, as if with like just been pulled out with magic or gouged out with magic. And you could again basically sort of like force yourself to touch it, as it sort of assesses you, but you know that it's kind of a one-time thing, and Saigar may not have that restriction. Saigar is what it's expecting.
Yeah. It's a. It used to be a beholder. That's so fascinating. Maybe. Do I get the sense it would fuck something up if I can't touch it? I don't want to.
That's a tough call.
Yeah. I wait to see how the conversation develops, but I stand over here.
And Yonzavo says again, Mithril Chef, I feel as though we are escalating. Neither of us wants that, I assure you. I only wish that you make good on the promise made by this city, done in good faith, to a humble mage that it rejected so long ago. And if you cannot find in your heart to honor their wishes, then I only ask that you enlighten me. You have twisted my arm, as it were, and whatever you wish, whatever is in my power to grant will be yours. I only wish for us to fulfill the contract made in good faith.
And if we renege on this contract, you said you want to be transparent and open. What are the consequences?
There is a very definite pause. He says, it has been my experience. Mithril Chef, the world is filled with barriers. Metaphorically, just as often as literally. And many people believe that they were put here by the gods themselves on this sacred island. But I have studied them extensively. Do you know what I have found?
Pray tell.
And if there was a note of bitterness that could creep into his mechanical voice, it would at this point. They all respond and open, presumably, to the traits that the gods wish to see in their children. Strength, ferocious cunning, tyranny, a murderer whose name is on the lips of the families that still fear him is more likely to be rewarded by the sacred sites the gods have left behind than a kind soul whose deeds go unpraised. Do you think that's fair?
In the vacuum of the statement, without any context, no, that is not fair.
And I would agree. But the world does not care for charity. It does not care for tolerance or hospitality. It doesn't care for goodwill, peace, or decency. The world does not care for humanity. And so, Mithril Chef, we are all products of our environment. If the gods wish the strong, the cunning, and the tyrants, then I would have to explore those avenues. I would rather not.
That's funny. I always believe that the world is what we make of it.
Then let me make it a world where we are not shackled by death, where a mother will not lose a child to happenstance. Let my life's work see fruition, that I may give grand gifts back to this world that we all share. I am not the villain that you seem to perceive me to be.
And with this power that you claim to and eventually unravel, who are you to decide who lives and dies?
If the gods have given the gifts to allow us to make that decision, then I suppose I'm only following the will of the gods. Look around you. Welcome back. You picked a good time. Look around you at the Placidium. What a name. To make one placid. This place attracts people who have interest in taking apart the secrets of the world, thread by thread, regardless of the damage it deals. And you might wish these people to be logical and placid. But the people who act like that never are. I should know. I've grown past that. Mithril Chef, let me give this gift. Do not push me.
Again, I ask you, you have not answered my question. Who are you to determine if you get this power who lives and dies?
The person who has spent all their life trying to understand the riddles of the world in which we live. I am a patient forge, Mithril Chef, but I feel my patience growing thin. And really quickly, Morgaine, the sigil, as you remove your glove to inspect the sigil on your hand, that seems like that is the last step that's necessary. And while it does not sort of work in the heat of the moment that we're experiencing here, you hear a voice, very, very distant. And of course, it's a voice that you recognize. You've never had her voice in your mind before because you've never really been on terms where, such an invasion of privacy would be appropriate given kind of your new long distance sort of familial relation. But the voice that rings out in your mind is it's very clear that Karna has thought this through. Every one of the 25 words from the sending spell has been carefully chosen, written and rewritten over and over and over until it's exactly the message that she wanted to convey. And just like the sending spell that you know that Eerie is capable of, you know that you also have a split second to respond to the message. No more than a moment, really.
Okay.
And Morgaine, the 25 words that you hear are, "Hi, Morgaine. On an important secret mission, headed to the end of the world. Wanted to say, if I don't see you again, love you."
Where?
You had never learned how the ritual from Eerie works. You didn't know that it's only a one-way conversation where 25 words there and 25 words back. So the last thing that you say to your sister is "where" in a demanding voice. And Jan Savos looks back at you, surprised by the outburst, and just says, "Here and now, if necessary."
It's not true. I mean, no, you're not wrong. It is true. The world certainly does sort of reward tyrants. People like the Third, people who've made a difference and who live on lips, but there are other paths, And there's different rewards out there. I've seen it. You can forge your own path. You just gotta figure out how to get your name on lips differently. And I want to try and touch the stone to kind of prove my point.
You got it. Give me a legacy skill check, please.
Okay. Oh God. I'm gonna look so stupid.
Oh no.
You are hoisted 2 feet in the air, just ripped off your feet and thrown violently back, and knocked prone and tossed away as as you feel yourself. It's not like the other experiences you've had so far. The entity inside here is monstrous and incomprehensible and ancient, and it takes your approach as an insult beyond measure. And you watch as the stone gleams for a brief moment, and then, as if to demonstrate its loathing, goes dark.
Oh shit!
And Jan Savos turns and looks at it, and then turns to look at you, Warren, and goes, "You've chosen. Then roll initiative."
Fuck! What did you
What have you done?
You son of a bitch! We're all dead.
Sometimes.
Was it worth it?
This is a good time to take a $5, guys. I will be right back. I wasn't expecting combat. I need to fucking just quickly throw his fucking spells up.
Oh my fuck.
You know,
I know Warren
sometimes
would
you
get us
roll
in
ones.
over our head.
I was willing to cave at this point.
I wasn't. The only way that could have gone poorly. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to accept
Did go
the
poorly.
one.
The only way it could have gone poorly is exactly the way it went.
Yeah.
You're back at 5 after.
I hope some people, kept some of their dailies, because boy howdy did I not do that.
Also, people go ahead and spend your. We can
Healing
spend
surges?
surges anytime, so go ahead.
Yeah, we should use our healing surges right now.
Before we get, yeah.
I'm going to use 2 right now.
Steel, if you're around, is that okay in this situation?
He said he'd be back in 5.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
I'll wait
fast.
for. I won't heal until he gets back, just to make sure, because he says it's a moment. I'm not sure in this situation if he's okay
Sorry,
with
I'm
that.
here. What's up?
So we were just talking. I think I wasn't sure if it was Ash or Wild that brought it up to spend our healing surges right now. Are you okay with that in this situation?
Absolutely. In the hour that you spent there chilling, fucking no question. I'm very much of the opinion that you guys can retroactively spend healing surges if necessary, for sure, as long as it's been like an appropriate 5 minutes beforehand. You do not have your daily powers back.
No. Or your hero.
We have our encounter powers, and if we
Wait,
do not,
did nobody beat him on initiative? Oh my god!
we are
he goes
fucked.
I love. Okay, I know. I love the duality, right? Warren, absolute amazing success, legacy, cool. Absolute failure destroys the stone.
Fuck, this is so bad, guys. We need to talk him down or something.
I don't think it's a nat 1, man. It was a nat 1.
We get our encounter powers back, obviously back. Right?
Yeah, we have encounters and fuck, we're on his turf.
Yeah, we are.
And he's got initiative. He's got first roll. Oh, of course, that sound effect.
You know what they say,
is there a
ones
sound
make
effect?
for the best stories.
I thought you were joking when you said you were going to TPK him up and you was gone.
Holy shit!
You remember that time where you're like, "Oh, guys, I'll tell you when you're in over your heads," and you were giving us that warning on the kobolds? Is this hey, you best be making new characters?
Oh my fucking god!
So what this was going to be the map where, you guys went on a fucking walk, and he walked you through the goddamn factory district, and fucking discussed at length about, you guys being friends. That's not happening anymore, guys.
Out of curiosity, would the stone have shut off if I hadn't rolled a 1 and just failed?
Of course not. 1 is the
Yeah, I
fucking
didn't
worst
think so.
possible.
Yep.
I was explaining to my group. On Sunday how that I am a kind and loving DM because I don't do to them what Steel does to us on critical fails.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I need another fucking minute and a half here because
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I need to reload here because I don't think my sounds work.
Is going to die first.
Hi.
Should we fucking summon Zagglebite and run?
Yeah, I think fighting is the best option.
We need a way off this roof.
Zagglebite can't take a hit though.
He's still gonna do his first attack no matter what we do at this point, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zagglebite can't take a hit. He's only got 1 health.
And just
Oh,
to be clear,
can't.
when we run, we have not completed the ritual yet, right? I mean, I was only gone for an hour.
No.
This town
God,
is
no.
going to starve.
Oh no.
We have failed in an immense capacity, and people are going to die because of it.
Basically, what happened is we were still discussing the terms of the deal, and we were like, "Oh, we were starting to see it his way a little bit more."
And then Warren touched the stone.
And I touched the stone, and the stone is what they want to break it down into the ritual, and I just made it turn off by touching it. Because I rolled in that one.
With a chef, you have to see if he can turn it back on. I don't know if it's possible, but
That's going to make him happy.
It might be worth trying, just to see...
Yeah.
fucking...
No, I actually did consider that already. But we'll have to see what this fucker does in his first turn.
Oh man.
I think this is a no-hold-back scenario. Pop everything the first moment you have.
That's assuming we get a moment.
This is a solo mob first turn.
He's also a mage that had prep time.
I'm back.
I need to answer question about a card.
Yeah.
Might need those today.
You sent me the question?
Yeah, I'm just sending you a picture.
Oh, okay.
So
I've got a generic question about
Is
these
that
cards.
an immediate effect,
Yep.
or is that in initiative order?
That would be in initiative order.
Okay.
So I have a
thank you.
generic question about these cards. Are they considered interrupts?
No, they're not. They don't follow Magic the Gathering rules. You kind of have to use it on your turn. There's some that specifically don't require that, but most of them are.
They can only be used on my turn, basically. I can't use it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Unless it specifies otherwise.
Okay. Good.
Is everybody here?
Yeah.
Should have responded, talk to you later, dying.
Won't be for long.
Glad my last words to my sister was where.
I'm so excited for this crazy.
Wait, what was your last word? Was it where?
Do I still have my
we
data?
should have put that on your gravestone.
Where?
Your portal? You do, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I used it.
We still hey, they're going on a super secret mission. If we live, we might see her there.
We are gonna dive back in. Everybody is here.
I don't think most of us have left.
Okay. Jan looks out at you disappointedly as, like Warren pulls a blade and like Eerie drops to a fighting stance and Saigar grabs bow and arrows and just slowly shakes his head. He says, "If I am to be conceptualized as the villain of this narrative, I will ensure that you remember it." And he pulls out the scroll, which on the scroll there's a single word that is written in a glyph. Warren, you've never seen it before. It is magic far beyond anything that you've basically ever experienced before. And in his voice that again is totally emotionless, he says the word of the glyph as it explodes outwards, and the light around you becomes green and your vision becomes blurred. I said sickly yellow in the description. You have to just imagine it. And he speaks the word of the glyph before, like almost apologetically, adds, "I want to give you plenty of time to change your mind. Cloud kill."
Oh no.
Second here. Everybody needs to make a. If 15 hits your fortitude.
What? Sorry, I really can't hear you.
Sorry about that. If 15 hits your fortitude, you take 14 points of poison damage.
Oh boy.
If it does not hit your fortitude, you take 7 points of poison damage. And at the end of every single round, you're going to take an additional 10 points of poison damage, unless you are Warforged.
Well, bye, kids.
And he
just hold my breath.
Right?
He just takes a step back. You can feel your lungs, even if you try to hold your breath. It's like being waterboarded, where it just you respond instantly to just this insidious green mist that tries to flow inside your lungs. And as it does so, you can feel it growing heavy and crystallizing on the inside. And you can just feel yourself like the life being ripped and wrested away from you. And that's his turn. That's his first turn.
I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
While you're taking a turn, Morgan, what was his exact words? He's giving us a chance to reconsider.
He's giving you plenty of time. He's gonna make sure that you don't forget these. You can tell I wasn't prepared for this encounter because he doesn't have a fucking token, which I'm trying to remedy as quick as possible.
Oh, hell yeah.
Burst 5.
What does that look like?
As he rushes forward, like, you can see the winds, and he's just getting started. You can see the momentum building up, but he's rushing towards the Savos, and he just plants a foot into the ground and just sort of yells, "Enough!" And the little bit of poison, although doesn't vacate for very long and quickly fills back in, sort of gets shifted away from his form.
13 temp hit points.
Everybody gets 13 temp hit points, which that'll come in handy, yeah.
No kidding.
And that's my turn.
Looking around, is there a way out of here?
It's totally sealed in. Concerned that there would be an encounter, he has the tapestry rolled up and kind of tucked into the scroll holster on his back. And the only other way out would be to basically break through the fucking magically augmented glass and fucking plummet down into the rocky shores below.
But we're up high, right? And that's the glass is magically tempered, though.
Yeah, and it's about 10 feet up, and then probably 10 stories up. And even if you were to go through the glass, you are basically looking at a straight drop into like craggy surf.
Okay. Anyone have powerful winds?
Quick, eat a bean dip.
As high up, how many stories are we up right now?
At the top of this massive lighthouse tower, about 10 stories. It's a unfortunate drop.
No, I know, but break the glass. Winds don't matter. At this height, it's gonna be... There's a wind.
Only I could.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying jump out. I'm just saying break the glass. Let the air
Am I able to tell, or would I need an action if the glass looks magically enchanted?
That would be a minor action.
Okay, I'll take a minor to do that. I need to walk over there. Is that a Arcana check?
It would be, yes.
Okay. Ooh.
It's at a cursory glance like this, with the cloud kill spell already beginning to crystallize around the glass, you get the distinct impression that it's again one of those things where Morgaine wouldn't be able to just slam his body through. But even if you did, you're going to get a very small amount of wind in here, but not enough to disperse it out of a closed room. You'd have to basically break all of them, and it seems like he's aware of that.
All right. Not the worst spot I've ever been in, but getting close. I'll head about to here, and just use my main action to kind of take a stance, preparing to watch for arcane movement and mark him.
Cool. Take your 10 points of damage.
Does that happen at the end of your turn or at the end of the round?
End of your turn.
Fuck me.
It's halved on the success, right?
No, the 10 points of damage is just an every round thing. Just the initial damage was out.
Oh.
But
Okay.
the damage is half on the success. I don't understand that.
Only the first hit.
The
yeah.
hit.
So the initial hit, the effect is just a generic 10 flat.
If
The
the
effect is
15, if the 15 didn't hit your fortitude, then you'd only take 7 damage at the start.
But the ongoing damage is static and not affected
always
by
10.
Yeah, it's always
Oh,
10.
I get it now.
Okay. Got it. Already took my turn. That might have changed. Anyway, go.
I've got a question. I still have a hero point. Would you allow it if I could use my rain of arrows? I fired with such ferocity that I'm able to disperse the wind at least around us, like the cloud of gas away from us.
Not a chance.
Okay.
That is a great idea, but that is some fucking superhero level shit, and you're not at that point yet. It's a great idea.
Did you know if you were able to do anything with the stone?
Yeah, I thought you were going to try to
Yes,
see if
I have
okay.
not. Yeah. So I am going to move towards the stone. What kind of check or anything would I need if I'm going to touch the stone and see if it reacts to my? Would that be a minor action?
To his mithril chef title.
That is correct. Yes, you could go ahead and make a minor action to try to commune with the creature within, and sort of demand something of it.
So I'm going to basically demand it, or I'm not rather demand. I would apologize for our actions and indicate we meant no disrespect or dishonor towards it.
Go ahead and give me a legacy check. We're going to treat your result as being one higher because you're definitely going to get a permanent legacy at the end of this game if your character survives.
So
Whatever
just leave it as how it rolls then, because it already has the half level.
Leave it as how it rolls, but don't forget that we're going to be 1 point higher.
And does he get an additional bonus for being the mithril chef?
He does. That's the 1 point.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You definitely sense the entity within Saigar, but even with your extremely persuasive words, you get the impression that, well, it's not, ignoring you the way that it did Warren. The entity within is now wrapped with interest at the scene unfolding before it. If it was able to see, eyes would be going back and forth between the two sides of this battle, as if waiting to assess the outcome.
Jesus, I don't know if I want to attack him.
What else do we have to do?
Well, I'll use my daily. Targeting him, I realize that we're in a horrible situation. I realize that we have to make a last stand.
You fire an arrow, a fucking perfect shot, that, catches him right in the fucking top hat and sends it flying. The arrow ricochets right off his face, and you look, and it's barely a scratch. There is a long scar underneath where his white masked face lies, because he takes half damage, which is 13 points of damage. Adjusting now.
Oh,
Jesus fucking Christ. That's pretty much all I can do.
Wait, has it been adjusted?
Yep.
Oh god!
It didn't move very much.
Oh. Huh. That's Warforged.
Well, I can't do much more, so I take 10 points of damage and I gain 2 back.
That is correct. No, just to clarify, your temporary HP does not... Yeah, you just take 10, and then it's when your temporary HP is depleted, then you get those additional 2 points, because they can't get more than your max. If you have 0, then you get 2, but if you have 5, you get none.
Okay.
Scheherazade, you realize that while you are, the green goo is more than capable of helping your friends overcome the extremely poisonous effect of this cloud kill spell. Binks is not doing so well. Your loyal companion, everywhere you've gone, you watch as your cat falls over, its tentacles writhing as the spell begins to just fill its lungs, and it's going to be much, much quicker to kill your loyal companion than any of your allies.
Fuck. Can I use a minor action to pick the cat up?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna.
That's not. It means she'll die in your arms, but not be protected. But I'm with you.
All right. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna move. Oh, not there. There. And then I'm going to... Shit. Can I use Saiga, can you give me the lamp?
Can I? It's not my turn. Can I give it to him?
On your turn as a minor action, you can toss that. Yeah.
I still have a standard action.
So does Saigar. In this case, yeah, I would allow that.
It's yours. Here you go, Shay. Pray use it wisely.
Does Zaphos recognize the thing?
He seems very focused on making sure that each tactical combat round goes according to plan and isn't paying attention to the minutia.
Alright, so I'll take the lamp, but I can't use it yet.
Let me go ahead and give you the item card between turns here, just so you sort of are aware of the full details of how that lamp works. And then it is Yuri's round.
And I'll take my 10 damage.
My move action, I'm gonna just toss a little bit of dust on Morgaine.
Yeah.
So he can fly. And then as a standard action, I'll just reach into my little bag of tricks and just create a filter mask for myself.
Nice.
And just spend the rest of my turn putting that on. Hopefully that helps.
That is genius. I will say that you only continue to take the ongoing damage. It would certainly prevent you from taking the initial damage. Let's say the ongoing damage is half. 5 points of damage around instead.
Okay. But that's my turn. That's all I got.
Okay, so minor action. Minor action. Kyvius is going to focus really hard on his powers of persuasion and say, Yonsavos, you are miserably close to your goal. Do not let the actions of one dictate the actions of all when you are so close to what you desire. End this, and continue our discussion. For our sake and for your benefit.
My ears are open. Tell me what you have to say. He says nothing else in this turn. Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Difficulty 24.
Eek.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
Godspeed.
Or sorry, 23, my apologies.
Where the hell did diplomacy go? So that plus 5 is 26.
It is very clear that he is not outside of the realm of reason, thanks to you, Heidi. It was very clear that he was going to make an impression of just for one of you, but now no longer, and is sort of just waiting now, eyes fixed on Saigar, waiting for the Mithril Chef to say that he yields and agrees. Is there anything else for your turn?
Yeah, just I'm gonna move 3 spaces. Give myself a little bonus here and take 10 damage.
Morgan, you can go ahead and make an attack of opportunity. As he utters another spell, his hand sweeps out to everyone, very clearly casting like a very wide-reaching enchantment upon all of you. And you can all feel like Kyvius's words being twisted and turned back around towards all of you now, where it's very clear that he is. You can hear Kyvius not only convincing Jan Savos to talk, but also to all of you.
In desperation to stop his spell, I'm going to use this card on my opportunity attack.
Oh, hell yeah. That's fantastic.
Damn.
Yeah. That's okay.
He also rolled really low.
That
I think
does.
that is.
That
yes.
does hit.
I think that's a crit. That's a 16.
Yeah. Fucking absolutely is. Yeah. Fucking give me a double damage.
Does that continue on with the card?
Is that another crit? Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Can become like an Omni Slash?
No. Okay.
You can get more points. Kind of. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with fucking 24 points of damage. I'm gonna say he fucking loses access to that spell basically for the entirety rest of the match. It's also very clear, Morgaine, that it is requiring intense concentration from him to keep the spell active. C takes a minor action every round, and you know that if you were to like stun him, for example, or to prevent him from taking any actions, he would also the spell would hurt.
I had any of that left.
And like as this sort of reaches out into all of your minds, it's stopped immediately by once again the sound of like metal against metal as Morgaine like rushes forward and just full body slams Jan Savos like backwards into the fucking wall, who like immediately goes to a knee, pulls himself back up, cloak sweeping around him. And now you can tell like there's very mixed messages going on from the cast. But that is going to be the no, I'm sorry, that's not the end of his turn. With with his move action, he also does one additional minor action where, not knowing what you are capable of, he slams his hound down into the ground and raises it up, and you can see that this twisted statue-like creation rises up from the earth as he. I'm going to grab it in a second here, but as he specifically begins to strengthen the bonds between worlds, just to make sure that nobody surprise leaves. And an arcane anchor sort of forms next to it, which I'm going to grab here in a split second. And that is the end of his turn.
On Morgaine's turn, he's going to be
Enough! Just let Saigar speak! There's no need for more of your magic. We already know what's in front of us.
Am I allowed
But
to
I
speak? Or
have
to wait till my
plenty.
turn?
You can speak on your turn, but not now.
Is he going to respond?
His arms are crossed, and it's very clear between you and Kyvius that he is listening, but it's very clear that he is fixated solely on Warren to some extent, but also to Mithril Shadow. My terms have never been more clear. Agree, and we will hug and make up and go our own separate ways. Or if you would like to further demonstrate the leverage that you have over me, we can discourse in the cloud.
And I'm not going to take an action this turn, but I'm going to be Saigar.
I'll stand by you with whatever decision you make. But we can't win this one.
And that's going to be the end of my turn.
Okay. Don't forget to take your 0 damage.
I did. Marked it down on my character sheet.
Nice.
This is like a sauna. Is the gook like getting away from my body right now? Is it being melted away? The gummy bear?
Honestly, it's really nice. Yeah, you're gummy bear free.
Okay, I'll take that -2 off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. There we go, I finally have a fucking token for him. Hooray. Warren, what do you do, if anything, on your turn?
I look to Saigar and to the enemy in front of me. And I don't agree, but I can't step in the way. I just step up and stand and take a big armful of the gas to let it get deeper into my body. I look up. I think I could beat you, but I'd also like to know your obsession with me. Always staring at me. End my turn.
Okay. He is a man of few words. Saigar, it is your all-important turn, as Warren takes 10 more points of damage.
Yeah,
and you have that moment where like it's very clear that Shay, like lamp in hand, Binks, like thrown over her shoulder, coughing, and meowing in a way that you know that death is imminent. You're not necessarily sure if there's a plan. What do you do?
Listen. It takes a great man to make a stand for what he feels is right. It also takes a bigger man to admit defeat. We were taken down a peg today. We realized this. Given the circumstances we are in, we accept your terms. Are you willing to accept our unconditional surrender in this case?
He takes a step forward past Morgaine, if Morgaine will allow it.
Yep.
And if Warren will allow it.
Yeah.
And he produces another long scroll. And again, with no victory in his voice, simply says, "Sign here, please," and hands you a golden quill. Does not end the cloud kill effect.
I will sign the moment this cloud is gone. I want to ensure my companions are safe, and I will sign immediately. You have my word.
I would love to accept your word, if only we were able to speak honestly and freely as friends before this. Sign, please. And that is the end of your turn unless you do so, Saigar.
With no other choice in front of him, with almost a look of panic, I signed the sheet.
And with without any other with no other intention of making anyone suffer, fingers are snapped, and immediately the cloud begins to sort of disperse and roil back up, and he just removes the mask for like a split second, so you can see the robotic face beneath, and it sort of just flows back up into the space behind the mask, or behind his face rather. And then he says, "Oh no, I've lost my thing. I've deleted it accidentally." Well, good. He says, "Good. Then the crystal, please." We are not technically out of initiative just yet. Shay, are you doing anything? I think she's dying.
I would hit her with the green.
Okay. Just checking.
I mean, is that enough?
That's enough. Both charges? Yeah, I'd allow that.
Well, then for flavor, I'd say green and then colorful for the poison resistance.
I love that. Yeah. And like her eyes had begun to flutter shut, and then they reopen, and she looks up and goes, meow, and just like nuzzles face and cheeks and a little like wet nose into your very cold skin. You can feel like the rough barbed tongue lick up your cheek.
Oh. I hug her close, and then as that's happening, the lamp goes in the bag.
Mm-hmm. Leon Savo says, "Wonderful! So glad we were able to come to an accord." And he just grabs the tapestry and sort of sets it back down on the ground and unrolls it so that you guys now have free access to be in the rest of the fort. And walks over and goes to place a hand on the crystal and goes, "I imagine that you also agree with the Mithril Chef's blessing, of course." And looks at you again.
Sorry, your last 3 words cut off.
Oh, sorry. With the Mithril Chef's blessing, of course. Am I still on the weird voice?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Do I have to provide my blessing? Isn't it enough that I signed this and I gave you the rights to take the crystal?
I just wish there to be no confusion. You tell it. It comes with me. By decree of the Mithril Chef. Isn't that right? He says, looks at you.
I look at the Foundling Stone and I don't know if it's a combination of regret, that kind of weary, defeated sound I uttered the same words he asked me to do. By the decree of the Mithril Chef, this Foundling Stone now belongs to Jan Savan. Jan Savos.
There we go. The barrier, the runic light around it begins to fade, and the crystal once more again begins to glow, and sort of basks everyone in the crystalline light. And Jonsvos just gives like a little half bow, retrieves his hat that has an arrow that has been pierced through it, removes the arrow, passes it back to you, and then with again just a totally flat, placid voice, he says, "It was a pleasure doing business with you. I am so sorry that you were not able to get more from our transaction. Next time we meet, I owe you." And he begins to depart, steps back down the tapestry and down like the long, complicated, Escher-esque winding pathways towards where the bonds mages wait below, presumably to give them the order to come up and start retrieving it. and you are left alone.
Come on, we need to go do that ritual with the Archmage.
Saigar's basically got a frown / defeated look on his face, and he just kind of mutters, "I'm sorry, I almost got us all killed."
No. We weren't strong enough.
It wasn't you.
I sort of start to fold my arms. I don't know what was going on with that crystal, but I don't know that Savos will get to, necessarily get everything he wants out of it. There's something bad in there.
Before this crystal is gone, Steel, am I able to given my title, am I able to talk to it, or because I've decreed, it's basically not going to respond to me anymore?
It's hard to tell again what the fuck is in there.
Given that we're not in a battle anymore, could I try communicating with it again?
Of course, absolutely.
What would I be rolling? A legacy again?
No, I would say that in this case you could just speak freely, and we'll determine what the role is after that.
I guess my first question is, if I can try to even communicate with this thing.
You can talk at a crystal, but it's hard to tell if it's going to respond to you or hear you without trying first. Also, in case those of you who do not know what a beholder looks like, 'cause it just occurred to me, here is a picture of sort of what the shape of the entity is inside that thing.
It's nightmare spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah.
That is the best description of a beholder I've ever heard.
Did you post something?
I tossed it in the general chat. Yeah.
Thank you.
In Discord.
Sure.
Behold.
Oh, okay. So it's a fucking eyeball and like a mouth.
Yeah, it's a big floating spherical spiky death meatball that has like blinded itself in all of the eyes that sit atop these little tentacles, or has ripped them apart and removed them intentionally. It's the one on the left hand side that kind of looks like a dick.
That's just his dick.
It's like the classic D&D nightmare monster.
I guess I would carefully touch the crystal, if I'm allowed to do so, and ask the question. Though you are now the property of the bronze mages, is there any remnant of your power that you can leave behind in this city?
There is very distinctly no reply. That the orb shape that you can see reflected in the crystal begins to just sort of move off into the dark.
I think at this point I might kind of sigh and head towards the tapestry.
Yeah.
Quick thing while we're walking, I didn't know that was going to happen with the stone. That wasn't like a plan to like double betray Yon or anything. I had no idea that was gonna.
What did you think was going to happen?
The same thing that always happens. It's just like any of the other artifacts we've ever encountered. You know what I mean?
I think I understand, Warren, but maybe not satiating your curiosity when the stakes are dire like that.
It's not what it's about.
Hey, Warren.
And you can't make a statement that the stakes were that high when all of you weren't willing to go to the death for it.
People in glass houses can't throw stones. Touching strange artifacts, throwing their blood in it.
I didn't want to watch any of you die.
I wish I would have gotten to, rather than miss. And then I'm pretty quiet as we keep going.
When you re-emerge back at the sort of the base of the Placidium, it's very clear that like the rest of the mages have retreated back to sort of the far walls, with the exception of Arxis, who is sort of just not staring daggers at Jan, but like, and not resigned either, but very is aware of that this was not a peaceful transaction, and just has that look of like the twisted disgust that a teacher would have towards a student, as the bond mages start marching their way basically past you in single file militia, and start making their way up to the top of the port. And they all wait. Like Yonsavos puts up a hand and has you all, move out of there so that they're not in your personal space, not pushing past you. Again, now just showing signs of excessive courtesy and demonstrating how pleasant he is, to not inconvenience you as they all sort of march their way through the winding tapestry, harshly magical corridors up to the apex. And Arxis looks at all of you and goes, "So business concluded then?"
Oh, I don't think we'll see the conclusion of this business for quite some time, Arxis, but I'd say it's certainly reached our conclusion for now.
He nods a little bit. Good.
Yeah, no, the plan you guys had already established went through.
He nods. And the granite guard that you had seen earlier, you think for a moment he's covered in blood until you realize that it's icing, and just one big heavy gauntleted hand knocks like 3 times on the door and goes, "Sirs, we've had 7 casualties and counting. We need some expedition." And Jan Savos turns back and goes, "Yes, everything has been concluded here. Gentlemen, thank you again for your time. I'll go take care of the portals personally myself now." And he retreats down, with the other dozen bonds mages, again turning on their heels and following towards the manor house that's only a few blocks away. And then with like a kind of happy, hopeful look on his face, Arxis goes, "Well, we can start the ritual now, so Mithril Chef, if you are ready. There are still hungry stomachs and many people who are going to appreciate what you've done."
I have a look of almost daze on my face, like shaken. I kind of nod, absent-mindedly / kind of staring into the distance, but yeah, I nod at the goblin.
He says, then right this way, and if your sous chefs wish to come too, I mean, please, by all means. Or I could have some of the mages show you around the academy. The Placidium is a fascinating place. You could stay here for a while if you liked, as our honored guests.
I think something's going to be more fascinating than a ritual that took years to put together.
I asked the group, do you want to join?
Are you kidding me? Absolutely I want to join. I want to get something out of all of this.
I think we'll all go together.
"I like the way you think," he says, and as he begins to turn and sort of escort you all out, something happens. You watch as all of the stars, like all of the lightness in the room, suddenly shifts as one of the big rings that circles the central globe just all of a sudden moves abruptly, like a good foot. It just rotates like the hands of a clock and clicks into a new position. And Arxis blinks a couple times and goes, "Well, that's new." And then he calls to a couple of the mages and goes, "You two see to that. We really have to the ritual." And he continues to sort of escort you towards that little sitting room that you were in before, where he convinces you or lets you know that all of the materials necessary have been brought here, all the residium, all the books you're going to need. Have you ever cast magic before? Are you familiar? And just sort of chitters and chatters away as you are all brought back to this room.
For that ring, would I be able to see or figure out what plane that disc belongs to?
You could roll your Arcana for sure. I didn't see the result. It's still like slow to load. Oh, here it is. So there's a bunch of different levels. There's a bunch of different rings here that refer to specific things. It says inner planes, material planes, outer planes, demi-plane, unknown, and on that one you can see like plane of dreams is listed. And then the one that appears to have shifted is called transitive planes. And there's a whole bunch of different lesser ones there, but you don't know what to make of it beyond that.
Fair enough.
Very close though. Yeah, you are all led. I think imagine all of you sort of back into the room, and over the course of a couple of very awkward and not as upbeat hours as you may have once liked, Saigar, you watch as he goes through the very slow process of like learning how to do magic for the very first time, and perhaps as eventful and unfortunate as the moments were, just an hour, there is still something appealing to watch your normally very stoic, very creative companion basically spend an hour or two applying his knowledge of like cooking and for some reason like economic theory and like all the different things that he's brought to sort of his life towards the idea of learning how to cast a ritual for the very first time. Saigar, would you go ahead and give me an Arcana check, please? And the result, minus 20, is how many hours it takes you to learn. Or 20 minus your result, rather. Fucking wow.
Oh, what?
Wow. You pick up on this shit immediately. Would you describe for me to fucking your companions as they're all getting ready to like, have a good little chuckle perhaps at your expense as you fumble around with like these magical arcane powders and dusts and things, and they explain to you how that you are going to basically treat this spaghetti and a meatballs that you have brought to them as sort of a metaphorical conceptual idea and not as a real thing. Saigar just fucking gets all that shit real quick.
I'm very intensely like how do I put this? When I commit to something, I give it my all. I guess my entire focus and attention is on this, and you can see that even though he's clearly shaken up from the previous encounter, his brow is furrowed, and he's concentrating intensely on the instructions, on what needs to be done.
Got it. Give me a quick second here.
How's no one cleaned up that wine?
I'm so sorry.
Hey, what
Warren,
kind of service are they running here?
Warren, steal that sword. Let's get something out of this.
I mean, we're getting a broken ritual.
Yeah. Do you know what this ritual does?
Crazy.
And at the completion of the ritual, Saigar, they basically say like, we better do this outside. This might get expansive, and you sort of follow him out to sort of the city proper, where a lot of the mages, excited by your progress, have basically informed the city that like this is it, and everybody has dragged the banquet tables and the various chairs and things that they have out into the streets of the city, where basically all of Port Irongas now has every chair and every footstool and every like end table that they can possibly find. There have been carpenters who have clearly just made these little like kitchen stands to just bring it out into the center of the city here, in the hopes that you are going to create this ritual and it's going to work. And like all eyes are on you in just in silence and concern as you look out over the faces of, there's hundreds of people still in this town, Saigar, and just desperation, more so than you have ever seen it before. And they hand you a, a bowl, beautiful ceramic bowl that is filled with to the brim, overflowing to the brim with this residium dust, almost as much as you received when you first received that enormous boon from Kiyovasan at the funeral, the fake funeral, and say, all right, well, you know what to do.
I mean, we could use this one Zaggle bite. I'm just joking, my friends. I'm not sure. Do I enact the ritual?
You do.
Rather, how do I enact the ritual? Rather,
Arxis takes like a little fork and he sort of taps it against the side of the bowl, and he goes, "Wands up, please," and then hands you a fork as well.
I take the fork.
So, Mithril Chef, what do you want to cook?
Blank steak for everyone.
And as you say this, and as you like feel the ritual like pouring through, and you visualize every step of the cooking process, and as you leverage your power as the Mithril Chef, you watch as like the table, like a huge long tablecloth, begins to like unravel from out of this bowl. And then like it's almost the Beauty and the Beast be our guest scene, where like you just extend a hand and an arc of this dust just fires from your palm, and as you sort of throw it towards the table, it just becomes full overflowing wine glasses and goblets and plates that are just covered with flank steak just as far as the eye can see, and then desserts, and then a second course, and then a third course, and it just keeps going and going and going until you realize that the whole joke about like food for a continent is absolutely no joke, because even with this small amount of residium, you can just, again, even distracted by the fact that the Bonds Mages are now dragging the giant crystal stone, they've shattered it into smaller pieces, it's basically like ripped off chunks of it, and they're each carrying big chunks of this crystal back towards Jan Savos watches from a distance. It doesn't matter, because the looks of desperation on the faces of the people have changed to looks of absolute joy. Bliss unlike anything you've ever seen.
So do we all get to roll a survival check?
You do. Nat 1. It's fucking nasty.
Everyone who eats it just dies.
Yeah. Psych tricked.
It was actually poison.
The entire exercise was Heaven's Gate.
The red brunch.
Actually, we don't.
Oh my god.
We don't have survival. Is that nature?
Nature.
Nature. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Yeah, nature or craft, just like when you guys were talking in the thing. My apologies. And I'll fix it on the card. That's pretty fucking good. You don't get, the dessert exactly the way that you like it. The souffle is a little burnt at the end, and like the soup course doesn't have the same kind of richness that you would expect. But it doesn't matter. There are people that eat everything before them, and as part of the ritual that they're not going to need to do this for a week. They're going to be fine. You're going to be able to make sure that, again, basically nobody starves. And Arxis looks back to you and goes, actually, Mithril Chef, I don't think I've ever actually asked you your name.
It's Saigar.
Legacy point game.
Saigar, do you want to say grace? And you look at the people like shoveling food into their mouths.
Well, I'm not one for praising the deities, but I shall say, may this feast befit us all until all are no longer hungry. Amen.
And just like before, there is the cheer that just rises up from the crowd. Just tumultuous applause. is what greets your ears as you, of course, gain a permanent point of legacy. But more importantly, for the very first time in, I would say, months, Saigar, you've recaptured that feeling when you first left home and you first decided to make your own way and live the way that you wanted to and help people. You get that feeling like the very first time. You can see Kestrel's ship sailing away off in the distance.
Can I use an arrow point and shoot like 10,000 arrows at it?
Wait, the dude left us?
Yeah.
John's supposed to pay him off.
Yeah, the bonds mages paid him off to abandon them.
Oh, is that what happened while I was gone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a really good heroic speech too.
Seriously, hero point. And I would have fired random arrows at the boat.
I was gonna repair his first mate.
If you want to fucking shoot a fucking fire arrow to the ship with a hero point, I'd allow it.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm gonna do.
All right. Yeah. So you sweep around arrow just like the fucking
rain of arrows, not just one. I use my daily.
I'm with you. Yeah, you fucking just an arrow as you're like food for everyone, and you fucking see this motherfucker sailing away, and just like an arrow goes into like the side of where you were cooking it, and you just fucking knock this first arrow and aim and fire it, and it's miles away. There's no way you're gonna make this shot, Sire. It's fucking miles. And you fucking take a second arrow to the same thing as your companions start to realize what you're doing, and again, Morgaine doesn't have a lot of expressions on his Warforged face, but if he did, certainly his expression would be different than, say, Erie's in this moment, or Shay's. As your companions all sort of watch this occur, go ahead and just fucking give me a goddamn dexterity check, please. No, you know what? Warfare. I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
Oh, come on.
Please give me a warfare check.
Fine.
It's fine, you need the same number on both.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's fucking difficulty 15. Standard DC at your level is 15. It's 13 Celsius. Yeah, cool. You watch as the fifth arrow hits the sails and begins to ignite, and then the 20th arrow hits the sails, and then the 30th arrow fired hits the sails, and finally you put down the bow just as you can see the whole ship is going up in flames.
Yeah.
It's a bit of pent-up anger, my friends. I apologize.
Hope you sink to the bottom.
You could have just hurt his sails and made him come back to port. You didn't have to freaking kill the man.
From this distance, Morgaine, watching carefully, you can see this shape like a little speck just dive off the top and swoosh into the water.
I think he'll enjoy a nice swim.
Can we go get him? He might die out there.
I mean, he's a seasoned sailor. He certainly knows how to take care of himself.
He's not that far from port.
I guess I'll
a mile away.
And I'll start walking down to the harbor, look for something I can row out and save this poor soul.
Can you actually float?
There's no boats. They have them all put away.
So there are plenty of boats docked in port, but most of the time you would be borrowing / stealing one, because there would be people here that are like, no, this is mine, it's not going anywhere. You would just have to be borrowing somebody else's ship temporarily. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, we're telling that flaming ship.
Cool. Does Morgaine know how to sail?
No, I was hoping for a rowboat.
Oh, yeah, you could get a rowboat, but it's gonna be hard to. I think a rowboat's gonna be tough. You could get a fucking 4-person schooner. That would be enough for you.
Okay. Just something with paddles.
Sure. And also, could you give me a diplomacy check as well?
You got it, boss.
Sure, because Morgaine's gone for a while, right? It's a good fucking 20-minute sail out there. And you watch as Morgaine starts to sail. And Morgaine, same thing as you start fucking slow paddling out to where Kestrel is swimming, and you have that moment of oh my god, as you realize that he's attempting to swim to Epitaph the wrong direction. And there's that moment where you're no, hang on over here, and it takes another good 5 minutes before they pay attention to you at all. What do you say?
Yeah, so like I sort of, if I can reach him, I'm not even gonna say anything to like help. I'm gonna grab him by the jacket and just throw him onto the boat. And if there's anyone else there, just do the same.
A slump. No, it's just him. Just them rather. As they slump in the bottom of the boat, and they go, "Morgaine, it was the most ridiculous thing. I think one of the Fae had the revenge. It went up in flames."
Yeah. Where's your Warforged friend?
I left her back in the port. Yonzavo said that he'd take care of it, but is everything... There's no Fae, and he peers over into the water abruptly and concerned.
Why don't we get back there and we can talk about this?
No jilted
and then
lovers.
under his breath, like, and someone can apologize.
And you begin to slow row back. And he goes, "Well, I might have to go back on my promise of giving you all a lift. Sorry about that."
We're halfway out of the city. I think you already made up your mind on that.
He says, "I was just getting some provisions, some fish for the journey, lying incredibly poorly as always."
I'll look at him and be like, "Listen, you don't have to explain anything to me, but maybe come up with a better, more convincing argument by the time we get to shore."
Oh, thank goodness, because I was trying to find a good time to pick up these coins that fell in my pocket when you tossed me back in the boat and ducks under the seat and starts cling, 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 cling back in the boat.
While they're coming back, I look to the rest of the group. Does anybody have anything I want to finish while we're out here? Because I got a really cool mic drop idea for when he gets back, and it'll sort of ruin the moment if people got things to do. No?
No. Swing away.
I want to be out of this accursed city.
Kind of
Cool,
want to
well-
get the hell out of here.
There's only one way we get to leave, and it's by air.
Zagglebite?
We start the chat waiting for Morgaine to finish it.
Whether you intended it or not, there was an eyebrow waggle when you said that.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Morgaine gets back, and again, you have to basically push through the crowd of people who are just outpourings of gratitude unlike anything you've ever experienced, where people are talking about, like, this is everything they've wanted. And they don't even pay attention to the fact that every house is dark, and the well water and the waterfalls that were pouring through the Noble District have stopped, and you can almost feel like the sense of stillness in the city now that it is just people in a very primal, gratified state. But it's that gratification that says so much more than, the lights in the fucking city ever could. And you rejoin your companions with Kestrel in tow, who is like, really, we could use this opportunity to steal a ship and just go.
And as Morgaine shows up, we say, Zagglebite?
Morgaine, really, you, as I've learned, you are apparently a god, so they're not going to argue.
How am I a god?
The statue thing.
Yes, there's millions of those. That's a lot of gods if you get on that mindset.
I'm just saying it's an easy call. And yeah, Rags Kestrel back to the part where everybody's waiting.
If people are saying Zagglebite, how I'd imagine Morgaine saying Zagglebite is like, why are we saying Zagglebite?
I just want to fly away on the bird and flip Kestrel the double. That's the only thing I want from the end of this scene.
Of note, I don't have a weapon, and I'm still damaged.
Oh yeah.
How much Residium do you guys currently have?
I'm on it.
Pretty great, because remember, it is 500 worth to make your way to Epitaph.
Yes.
I think we're at like.
We are currently 950.
Pretty good. That's what I thought.
So
Yeah,
we're at 450.
450.
I'm just doing this for the funny of the scene. That's why I was asking if like.
Yeah.
Because
We're all committed to the scene. I'll deduct that now.
It's so good.
Doing it. 450 now.
Okay.
Zaglebite.
We'll get you a new weapon every time.
I think we all have to say it though.
Zaglebite.
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 Why are we saying Zaglebite?
And with that, the other component part to the ritual, a light in the darkness, is fulfilled because the town now, as the sunset falls and the town is pitch black without electricity, they have certainly been given hope. And this giant fucking 6-legged blue phoenix Pokemon Zaglebite into existence and soars down from the fucking heavens. Yeah, whatever. And the fucking, like, the crowd of people, mouths full of food, jaws drop as, like, chunks of bread or steak just, like, pour out of their mouths, staring in shock and surprise at this fucking beautiful blue multi-limbed phoenix that just soars down and lands next to you. And Arxis goes, well, you could teach me a thing or two, it looks like.
By the way, from us all eating the feast, we're all at full health now.
Everybody's at full health. Everybody has all their daily powers back. Everybody is full restore.
Pardon me, daily powers back?
Yeah, it's a long rest.
It's a hero's feast is a long rest, yeah.
Wow. Do we get our hero points back as well?
You do. Everything. Full restore. Full reset.
That's amazing.
It's pretty good.
Hero's feast is a little OP.
Am I good with my armor now?
It's pricey though.
Nope.
It's 1,000 every time.
I mean, it's only 1,000.
Yeah.
No, it's not 1,000 residium. It's 1,000 gold worth of residium.
Yeah,
Which is 1,000 residuum.
Was it one per? Okay.
That's how we're measuring our residium. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's measured in gold.
You'll never guess. It came from Jovi.
He taught us it while we were children.
Pretty good.
And he goes, and you've known each other since you were children?
We've got a long sort of past.
Except for the cat. The cat's the new addition.
He's cool though.
Would you like to keep him?
Arxis puts like 3 fingers to his forehead and just shakes his head a little and goes, Foundlings. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I won't delay your dramatic exit. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, 7th son of Ioun. The god.
But really, when you get right down to it, probably her favorite, he says with a nod.
Okay.
Wouldn't you mind sticking around and hearing more of that story, but I think we need to be off.
True.
And then again with... Go ahead.
Zygar, I know not the best of feelings right now, but I don't know. Maybe leave him something to remember as we're leaving on the Phoenix.
It's a cool exit. They'll remember.
Well, happy memory at the very least, right?
That's true. One thing you can see that Zygar's still pretty... I don't think he's going to shake this off very easily, but I think part of it is a realization that it's not our lives so much as the end, how close we were to losing our lives has a greater impact on the world that it hadn't sunk in until now. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That our quest, has far-reaching implications, and if we had an untimely end, it would potentially mean the end of all of High Helm. And I think he kind of conveys that to the rest of the group. Not a lot of words, though.
Yeah. We fucking matter. I was curious for only a little moment on something I was 100% sure of. I touched a rock and almost cost a whole city their lives. We matter.
I mean, you almost cost us our lives.
Everyone. For touching a stone.
Oh, before I forget, we need to talk in Epitaph.
It's fair.
I received a message.
Oh.
Good news or bad news?
I'm not sure. Could be the worst news or the best news. I don't know. I'm still trying to process it.
I'm just going to go ahead and assume the worst, as this day has been pretty interesting.
Well, it was from Karna, but like I said, we'll discuss it from in Epitaph.
Head snap around. You got a message
Right.
from Kana?
Like I said, let's focus on Saigar's exit.
I mean, at this point, I don't think there are any words left to say. I think it's more like a giant wave to the crowd that's below us.
Well,
as we
like,
head off.
I think I want to assist in making you look cool. So I can't do a whole lot because I'm Marshall, but anyone that is not looking in our direction might not notice it. So I'm going to try to make as much noise as possible by getting the broken iron sword or whatever the material is and bang it as hard as I can against the shield to make a loud, almost like clang in sort of like a chime of like one of those grand clocks that would ding at 12 or something like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Something very noticeable that would resonate.
I'm going to throw down my adrenaline shot, so it looks like we're departing in a cloud of smoke.
Oh man.
I mean, I fucking love that, but also, just do be aware that, like, fucking Zagglebite fucking flies out of that thing, so it's not really, like, a fucking where did they go kind of moment.
No. It's going to be in such a way that it looks like, as we go to the distance, the cloud hides us as we fly straight away from them.
Got it.
Like I'm sort of like you put it down and then like Zagglebite's like flies out of it, so there's trails of the smoke behind Zagglebite. It says rockets into the air type of thing.
Zagglebite gives chemtrails.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure, that could be one way to do it. I was also thinking like when we're in the air, I throw it.
Oh, okay.
And it
Like
kind
a
of behind
firework.
us, it kind of almost, but it kind of masks us as we disappear to the horizon, basically.
And Warren knocks them all out, unconscious.
I knocked the town out unconscious.
There is, again, all eyes on you as you fucking just sail off and begin your, what is a very difficult trek on Zagglebite across the Opal Trench. Because even though it's only going to be, maybe 3-4 hours worth of flight, you have to stop several times across as you go, because you can't, like, Zagglebite doesn't disappear in midair, except for one time, which was Warren's idea, where you guys then like recast the ritual in midair as you're plummeting down to the ocean to just quickly grab onto the last possible second to continue swooping. Because it's not an exact science. There's a lot of times where you guys have to stop and like land on little islands as you travel, in order to sort of make this 5-hour destination and 5 hours.
I look giddy when it works.
Yeah, fucking right. But I think most people are like, no, that's extremely dangerous. And before I just fucking teleport us in the next scene, what kind of conversations happen over these 5 long hours as you sail through the night?
One quick one, though, I just wanted to, I do ask Shay. I feel like it's sort of fair that you're mad at me. I am, sorry for putting you in danger,
Or I'm not mad. I understand the curiosity and the heat of the moment, and I'm more mad at just that there was nothing to do. Like, we were outclassed badly.
I felt that way too, because like, let's say that didn't happen, right? He had us there. If if we made a deal he didn't agree with, he could have just sealed us in there and done that anyway. Like, the moment we followed him in, he had it all planned out and thought through, and we were so screwed.
I know. Like, I'm just glad that we all got out of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly controlled the surroundings. Yes, he made the area advantageous to whatever his plan was. The truth of the matter is, we were still
eavesdropping?
We're on Zagglebite, it's hard to...
I know. It's still like...
Shay's ass is good, though.
You shut your mouth or I'm gonna throw Binksy over the side of Zagglebite.
No.
Alright, if that was a private conversation, I will
No.
bow down.
No. I do have some business in Epitaph, though.
All I wanted to say was, it wasn't just the environment he controlled. It was also the sequence of events that set him off. I mean, as far as I can tell, and I didn't see a lot of the lead up, but we were conversing. There was potentially an agreement that could have been made. There was a mishap that happened that set him off. And then that mishap happened while we were manipulated somewhat into an environment that was advantageous for him.
Yeah.
I think there's an excellent lesson here. And it isn't, like I said, people in glass houses, not touching big shiny artifacts, because I don't really want to stop doing that either. But
the person who lifted, when we were children, a giant glass globe and shook it around.
Right. That was fun. But what I wanted, or, tried to jump into a shimmery, shiny pool of the car. But I think there's a definite lesson to be learned here about being aware of our surroundings at all times, even when we think we're having a casual stroll and negotiating with a potential hostile entity.
I just wanted to... Yeah. Being smart about things is sort of my thing, and I didn't... I'm one of the most magically inclined, and I didn't check behind us as we were going and nothing. We've handled... I'm from Epitaph, where we fight horrible threats on a daily basis, terrible things, and you guys all handle them so much better that, especially what we did to the third, got me feeling a little bit like, if it ever got down to a fight, we weren't going to lose. But when someone's smart enough to, go for your undercarriage, it don't matter how big you are.
Eloquently worded.
You rolled the dice. That just didn't work out.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think, though, despite things going wrong, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with the group's fucking willingness to just, stand up and do it. That takes some balls.
What's Morgaine doing?
Yeah.
Being buffeted by the wind underneath Zagglebite.
He's on the claw.
He's gotta get carried.
So can he even hear us? Or talk to us?
Like,
It's rough.
Yeah. I get every, fourth word. Like, I heard balls, then tough, and then proud.
An undercarriage.
An undercarriage. So, Morgaine don't judge.
if any other conversations do happen, I don't think Warren has much more to say. But
Okay.
he does spend the time getting used to going back how he normally moves around on Epitaph, which is having nothing hidden. So he takes some time taking the bandage off and like kind of letting some of the other monstery bits just kind of leave normally, getting used to not holding it back, and just kind of getting
Warren,
used to that.
you also use the ritual, of course, to check the weather every single day. You know, waiting for the storm that's a coming.
Yeah.
And of course, the weather for the next 24 hours is going to be bright and sunny and nothing out of the ordinary. You wish you had finally had some time to read on the back of Zaglebite. You still have those 3 books that you've been meaning to leaf through, but it is tough in such close quarters. You know, you're elbows to elbows with your companions in the back of a phoenix. Well, elbows to goop.
Oh my god. Yeah. This music's really ominous. Where are you going with this?
It's not music, it's just ambience.
Uh-huh.
It says ambient. It's right in the name.
Yeah.
I do try to get a little time in with the books. I not something I do often. Not a big reader.
Shay'll hold the book for him, because, you know, one hand.
Oh, sure.
That helps a lot, actually. It's really hard to hold the other page with goo without melting it.
Libraries must love you. I will stare at the water.
Can you give me a perception check?
Gotcha, buddy.
With the thought that, like, if I fall, I go to the bottom and I don't
Yeah.
die, but what do I do then? Do I walk to shore?
Ooh. Okay, well, hang on for a split second here, then. This is gonna take some finagling.
Oh,
So-
no. I just wanted you to tell me the water was pretty.
Oh, it's very pretty. So I want to, Morgaine, as you are sailing over the Opal Trench, you catch sight of the thing in it that has set ships to be basically docked in harbor. And I don't have a picture of what this looks like. I do, however, have a picture of what it looks like partially, not submerged. So I'm going to go ahead and just put just you on this battle map. I need you to be able to sort of basically be aware of just roughly what this thing looks like. This is a picture that I might use specifically if the party ever decided they wanted to go out and fight it. But what you see, right, is just a shape beneath the waves it's vaguely purplish and it is impossibly long and moves like beneath the darkness in a very predatorial way. In a sense that you get that is like agitated almost. The movements of this creature indicate that there's something wrong. It's not hunting. It is furious. And you try to draw other people's attentions to it, but they can't really hear you over the sounds of them talking until you shout loud enough that everybody sort of pay attention. But by the time that you do, it's gone.
Okay. Watching the water very closely from now on, and a little bit terrified.
Was it big?
I don't think I could see the end of it.
I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I'm not really sure how to deal with this. A creature on land, despite its size, has a lot of tactics that Epitaph is used to. But once you introduce the ocean, a lot of that goes out the window.
I think it was a very good choice to fly over this.
You know that everyone on the island is fighting for the right to come out here and try to kill it, right?
I don't even know where you would start to try to kill it. You know the island better than me. Is there really anyone that legendary?
Eerie just gave the solution.
Nuke it from Zagglebite. It's the only way to be sure.
Oh, Eerie's just gonna do his movement thing, raise the creature, and just keep on pushing it up 5 feet into the air. So then it'll suffocate, right? He'll just throw the thing into space. Easy and done.
Shake my head, and then remember you can't see me. No, like I said, there's certainly people I could think of that could put a challenge to any of the legendary beasts on Epitaph, but when you introduce the ocean, it takes away everything we know about how to deal with these.
It looked like angry.
Oh.
I don't know what would cause a beast to be angry.
Maybe it keeps eating boats and it doesn't like wood.
It's got a splinter.
Yeah, can we remove the splinter and become friends with the giant sea creatures?
Maybe.
Caw advanced ceased. We are friendly with sea monster.
Can it fly too?
Diplomacy check.
The splinter of destiny.
Caw uses sand. We just make more ocean, so then we can win.
I bet
it's just Pokemon now.
Yeah, because they're rock type. We'd be water type. We'd win. Figured out the campaign, guys.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Big. Sorry.
No, please.
No, I was just punctuating it to move the conversation forward.
All right. You sail through most of the night, and it's probably about 3-4 o'clock in the morning. But I don't have a beach scene for 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So you know what? Fuck you. It's dawn.
It's okay. It's only 3 o'clock by one of the suns.
That's so true. Yeah, there are the extra suns, and a single day advances on the calendar. And as you sail closer toward the island of Epitaph, you can see that even from this distance, the city is large enough that the many bone structures that sort of compose the city walls and the environs, and at one point in time, a huge gladiatorial arena, now mostly desolate, and kind of like people have moved in there and are living there now, as parts of the city have just sort of fallen away. Where this single little town sits as like a bastion on the center of the island, where all around it there are jungles that are being clear cut and growing back as quick as they are being cut down to the ground, and there are huge, massive swamplands that are deep enough you can tell there's definitely shit that lives there. And there are almost as in total defiance of the whole massive monster that you saw on the way there, Morgaine, there are just people out and fucking about in the harbor, fishing and just out for the day and acting like nothing is wrong. And even from this side, you can see that the city is, I don't know if dilapidated is perhaps the best word, but it's very clearly a place where flotsam has washed up on the shores of this city for probably like a decade or 2 or 3 decades, and they have just completely stopped giving a shit about it. Where some of the massive war machines from civilizations that have come before them and fallen just now exist in the shores and the sands of the Isle of Epitaph. And even from here, you can see that it's not going to be a long walk to the city. It's 20 or 30 minutes. But there are people that everywhere you look, they're all tight-knit. Everyone is with 3 or 4 close friends, and they all have either matching tattoos or like an arm thrown around one another. These are very clearly like brothers and sisters in arms, comrades, where you get an immediate sense of camaraderie, even as like the stench of rotting fish on the beach is just hits you right in the fucking nostrils.
Eerie. You think I can make a nuke from those things?
I think they've already gone off.
Oh. Can't you just like conjure up plutonium?
I mean, if you want radiation poisoning, sure.
A very small amount. It's a gold value. A thimble of plutonium. And Zagobite goes, Zagobite! And vanishes into a plume of blue smoke.
It was a good idea not flying him into the city. We'd have been shot down.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna fucking just cover that one right away.
Can Zagobite be hurt?
No, but
Once.
when we fell from the sky.
Yeah.
I think he just disappears until we,
He's like a
get
fade
the students again. Yeah.
thing. Oh. It's nice getting to relax. I don't gotta hold nothing in.
Should we make our way to the city? I mean, are you guys gonna know people that are? Is there anyone we could go visit that you might know?
I'll know a few people.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to deal with, this is a brotherly, friendly sort of town, so I'm gonna get about 100 fist bumps, maybe.
Oh well.
Well,
Famous
mostly
Warren.
because no, I gestured to you. It's been a really long time since we've been here at the same time. We were pretty important 5 years ago. Erie hasn't made a return in forever.
Just wonder if people still remember us. I mean, yeah, they will.
You think they'll forget you? You could pick creatures up and throw them through the air. I don't know. But yeah, we both got places we could go, places we can stay.
Did Erie always have a pirate hat?
He
That's
did
not a
here.
pirate hat.
This is him in his natural habitat.
Yep.
Oh no, that is the pirate's hat.
This is Alpha Erie.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah. I'm first things first. Let's just fucking get off.
Get off the beach of stanky fish.
Yeah, except the
rotting
beach
corpse.
also has gorgeous moving water.
It does. That looks amazing.
Can we just appreciate that for a second?
Yeah.
How beautiful
And
this water.
many missiles.
Yeah, are you extracting from the dead fish?
You watch as Zagobite is just like rolling around into the corpse of this thing, just tentacle, just grasping at the fucking rotted flesh and just pulling it to bits. Not eating it, but just having a fucking ball rolling around in this fish.
Binks, not Zagobite.
Oh, I'm sorry, Binks. My apologies.
But
And
Shay, are
we
you
need
like
more
trying to
pets.
extract? Are you trying to extract blood or something?
No, this stuff's been dead a while.
Well,
Yeah,
why don't
okay.
we head into town?
Could I create rotten arrows?
Oh my god! I thought you would never ask.
There's an item card.
You can put them
Absolutely.
right in the
Description.
right in the folder underneath the valuable treasure with all your other important things.
They make it smell real bad.
We'll put it on the
Zygar's
fridge.
loot pile.
Tygar, would you like to?
Actually, yes.
Fantastic. I'd like you to go ahead and roll a survival check for me, or a dungeon.
Nature.
Nature.
Nature, thank you.
Well, they're both max for me. 1 second here.
It's only difficulty 13 that we find. You have acquired rot arrows. You know that your next attack with these arrows is going to do an extra 2 points of necrotic damage to whatever you shoot. Anything that's weak to necrotic damage will no doubt feel the sting of your arrows. But until then, you are carrying around a smell that attracts predators if they like to smell it.
Does he get like a -1 in diplomacy too?
Yeah.
Only my next attack, or could I have a few of these arrows?
Absolutely. If you want to fucking load up on the
my
Mega
God.
Stank, you can have many arrows of rot.
This is going to be the most encounter-filled 30-minute walk we've ever taken.
Morgaine
Hang
just
on, I
looking
gotta
at
add
everyone
something.
as they're retching from the smell, being like, "What's wrong?"
Good. Yeah, immediately Binks like crawls up your back and oh my god, and claws up your back, and immediately starts just like pawing at your arrows, Kyvius. Or I'm sorry, pawing at your Saigar. My apologies. I was looking at who was doing the art.
Can Eerie make Febreze?
Just very small for Breeze.
Febreze was one of the name of Jam Dunk's arch rival teams that was eventually defeated by them.
There was also the Flurry of Bros. A lot of them.
Team
Too
Black
long
in the
ago.
Sky, Victorious Secret, the all-woman team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a bunch.
Oh my god, that was my arena team.
We start walking.
2006.
I
Saigar,
walk beside
I
besides.
insist, yeah, I insist you stand downwind, please.
It would be so nice
no
if
can
that
do.
was the only rotten stench fish smell that was hitting you guys, but the second you start making your way into the city, where again, like, people are all wearing colors indicating sort of the different groups of people they're with here in the city, it is definitely immediate that, like, the whole, like, I'm probably gonna get 150 fist bumps could not be more accurate, because there's a lot of people who, like, walk past and they're like, is that Jam Dunk? Oh, there goes the neighborhood, right? Where everybody is clearly getting hyped up for what you get as the impression of this blessed hunt. And you know that it is, in fact, has already started. Where they're already settled who's going to go after the Kraken in the waters. There's already tons of gossip in the air about how a lot of the major teams have already ventured out. And they're basically bringing back the largest possible trophy kill in order to demonstrate that they're the team that's going to be capable of battling this massive beast and basically winning renown and glory for the rest of their lives. The city is weird. It's sort of unlike anything you bumped into so far, where there's lots of pirates here who are making sure that the morning shift doesn't slack with their duties, even though there's nobody sailing at this point in time. So nobody is here that's like, you know, a handsome sailor with a friendly smile or in a fine burgundy waistcoat. They're all people who live on this island with the comfort of people who, like, this is their home come hell or high water. And there are morning mists that cling to the streets of the city like a mother cradling her young child. And amidst the smell of the fish comes like the smell of unmistakable scent of brimstone being carried on the trees. And around the city is that impenetrable jungle rather, where all these tall trees are gripped by the thick undergrowth, large enough to lose somebody short in. And there are brooding lines of smoke that venture out into the jungles, as you can see where various teams are trekking out into the wilds. And there are, in this side of the city itself, like, it is just a crush of life that feels like a crowded chamber of people that have been smashed together in this city, where there is this smell of sweat rather, mingled with a smell of like rum and cooking meat, and it's got a feeling of like carnival and perpetual, slightly dizzying motion that is constantly intoxicating everybody in the city. There are a dozen female naked Eladrin who are dancers that are writhing to the sounds of a beating drum and strange flute pipes, with a bunch of lecherous-looking males of various races. And there is a crowds who are gathered around like signposts that are clearly holding their rapt attention, that have various signs from the different guilds here on the island that they're placing bets on sort of who's going to be the one that is the big deal. There is a bloated corpse of a man that has been hung by his feet by wire in sort of the shape of the tarot card, the Hanged Man, where he appears to not be dead, but not alive either, as if in like some kind of trance-like state, although his body looks like it's been bloated with poison. And it's wild is what I'm trying to say. There are a couple of sun-darkened workers who are squatting on casks and like splicing rope and mending nets and don't pay you much attention. But most people will like get out of their dinghies or they'll stop where they are repairing canopies made of wooden poles and dried palm fronds and come over and like give Warren a huge hearty slap on the back and like give Erie a very respectful like low bow. And you guys make your way, I imagine, probably being led by Shay, right, through the city?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless Warren or Erie had anywhere that they were.
The only thing I say is that, the only important thing we should take care of so we don't have to worry about it is figure out what's going on with hunting this creature and, you know, the Blessed Hunt, which is like, this place is hardcore. You have to do a hunt to have the right to do the hunt. You know, it's how it works sometimes. So...
Don't you already have that right, though?
I'm pretty sure. Depends on... That's why I gotta ask. I mean...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, if not, I'll do it anyway, but...
You hear a snarl from the far side of the docks as this massive, dark-skinned bosun approaches you and goes, "Oi, you there!" And like just, you know, ritual scarring all across his face, walks directly towards all of you. He's got fucking no neck, 3 chins, 1 big giant bulbous nose, and like 4 teeth. And just muscles threaten to rip out of his shirt. And again, just walks towards you with a demanding stride and get ups and looms towards you and then drops down to 1 knee and goes, "If you'll have me, I swear myself to Jam Dunk. Take me with you."
Oh my god, how many times is this going to happen?
Probably about every 5 feet, maybe less.
I ain't talking to you, he says, looking to Shay. I ain't never heard of you.
I'll just flat over and put a hand on his shoulder and just...
He winces a little bit, like he's not quite sure about this.
You're not yet ready.
I knew it! In my heart of hearts, I knew it, but damn it, I had to try. Thank you, Jam Dunk.
But no! The touch of the fairy is a blessing. Your hunts from now forward shall bring you ever closer.
Thank you, Jam Dunk.
How quickly can we leave this place?
What did you guys do?
Have you ever actually told us what the meaning behind Jam Dunk actually is?
So, my arm is made of jam, and Erie dunks things.
Surely it cannot be that simplistic. No. I refuse.
No, it is completely that straightforward. We are not very creative.
Even if you wanted to add an extra layer, I technically eat them, so it's like the dunk into my mouth.
Nope, didn't make it better. Didn't make it one
Next
bit
question.
better.
What did you do?
So I look dumbfounded for a second and try to explain. It's more like everyone here remembers everything. There's so many hunts that if you look around and you look at the colors and the guilds and the people, your name is built off strength, you know, the things you've hunted. We've just hunted a lot more things than most people. Also, we're sort of known for doing things weirdly. For instance, I eat things, and Erie makes them fly. And I don't know if you've ever been around a large group who gets to watch a 60-foot creature float in the air. They get excited.
You've never seen Saigar respond like this, but he has the biggest fucking eye roll ever seen.
So, to answer your question, killed shit nobody else could kill. A lot of times.
there is a shout from another side of the docks where you don't hear it at first because there are gulls that are just jeering constantly as you pass. But there is a man with deep olive-colored skin and long, shaggy, dark dreadlocks, wearing like wildly bright. I would say gypsy-esque, but it's not, a non-racist term. Where it's scarves and tattoos everywhere, and he goes, "Captain Grant, I have the magic arcane tattoo paints you were looking for, and as per our deal, I am prepared to do it, but only if it'll be a face tattoo, as we have previously discussed."
No, I don't want. Look at my face. I point to the glowing eye. It gets worse all the time.
A mask of that caliber should be known throughout all of the islands.
Now,
wait, did you call ahead and order a face tattoo? I'm so confused.
I order a lot of magic things. I don't remember what this one was. Could you tell me? Could you remind me what it was for?
It was the wager I had with Jam Dunk about your success against the cockatrice, and I was not expecting to be so thoroughly beaten that I promised you that when you would return, I would have arcane paints the likes of which you have never seen, and it is done.
I mean, I could sheepishly walk away from the group and walk up to him. Really? No, you got it? I got a lot of ideas for these.
Shits and chats and yeah, and there's a whole bunch of like as you're looking around, guys, there's a bunch of signs that are things like Team Black in the Sky, famous for Saul Vascarin's Golden Ox, Jaren the Jinx, giant monitor lizard, and the Frozen Reef's dire walrus. And there's paintings of like these mythical creatures of proportionate size looming before a team of like 6 or 7 like heroic figures. There's shit like that all over the fucking place.
And I kind of walk back and point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't made it to statue status yet, but let it be known, if you ever get a statue in your name, most people find it hard to walk about, so they make, lower rank guildies do it. So they're not heckled.
They make lower rank guildies do what?
Chores. Come through the markets.
So, like, slaves?
Well, they want to be there.
Oh, like the fanatics that just attempted to pledge himself to you like a religion?
Yeah.
I see.
No, absolutely.
No, this place makes total sense.
I don't want to kill anything here.
No, you don't want to, you all wanted to be honorary members.
It was so awkward when we were in that circus village. I don't want to relive that.
There is you walk past very briefly what looks like some kind of horrible were crustacean man whose hands are just like big giant lobster claw, who is like currently trimming the nice beautiful bowl cut onto a nearby pirate and goes, "Oi, Captain Erie, you're in need of a trim." And click his claws at you.
Oh, not today. I just got it just how I like it today. Next week.
Shay, you have to also step over a couple of people who are having sex in a pile of straw near the road. They are very loud, but there's like no crowd gathering. It almost seems like this is a very commonplace occurrence. And there's a grifter who comes up to you, Kyvius. It's like, "Witness the fell hope fish skull," he says, and he lifts up yet another fucking horrible, foul-smelling artifact with like gemstones for eyes. You can see they've kind of been just jammed into the skull of this fish. "Ugly as sin, and cursed that pirates will follow you forever. 1 gold piece."
Not just pirates, but carrion. Scavengers as well.
Pirates and piranhas, yes.
Yes, all right. Do you have one without the stench?
I have this dishwashing invention, he says, and he sort of just gestures to a nearby box, which appears to have a black pudding inside of it. And he pats the top of a couple of times and it begins to thrash around inside.
How does it wash dishes?
Slurps them. Like I do.
Like
Kind of like Warren's arm.
Could this also, like, repair swords like Warren's arm?
No, I'd be impressed.
You know what? I might use it to wash Binksy, so how much for this?
22 gold pieces.
Oh, that is a little much, my friend. I'm sure I could go out and I could find it for 10.
He shifts uncomfortably and goes, alright then, 15, but just the ooze and I keep the box.
Oh, am I going to carry it around?
No deal.
Fine, 5 gold, you get the box, I keep the ooze.
2 gold, all in.
Wait, now Saigar wants it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just helping you negotiate that.
Oh, gotcha.
He looks back and goes, there you go, see, demand is already rising for the technology of the future.
So settle then. 2 gold for the box and the use.
I hear that, mate, you better act quick.
Wait, what?
Yes, you're right. I should act quick. 3 gold.
Why are you outbidding me?
Because he originally wanted. It's still a significant. Because we're playing good cop, bad cop, but we've moved in. Yes, 3 gold.
He looks at you, and goes, I've got 3 gold. Do I hear 5?
1.
And then
1 gold.
A nearby pirate comes and goes, yeah, all right, 5 gold. Oh, I've got 5.
Oh my god.
Looks back to Saigar.
They're too rich for my blood.
Free.
Sort of, it's a moment, kind of counts on his fingers slowly. Goes, I've got 5 though.
You trust me, you don't want that gold. It's tainted.
The guy turns to you and he goes, what are you saying about my gold?
Oh no. Here comes the street.
He cracks his knuckles.
Is it gonna be a duel?
Can I,
Is that a thing?
can I do an intimidate?
Sure can. It is hard as hell, so it's difficulty 20.
Oh,
I will start forming the circle around them.
This is not gonna go well. 1 second.
Oh shit!
Oh!
Shit.
He fucking throws a punch at you, and just like, you just reflexively just move your head to the side, and he goes stumbling past, and he spins around and looks at you again, and just like wipes his chin, and goes, oh, you're not worth it? And fucking turns and stalks off.
Oh!
So, we were talking about 1 gold for this box and this ooze.
I could do 3.
1.
2.5.
1.
I'm so sorry. I got I can't do it. I'm sorry.
2. How does 2.5 work?
Silver.
2.5 rounded up. There's no silver.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
2.25.
I really want this that badly.
I feel bad for him at this point.
You have a deal.
I turned to Kyvius. Kyvius, do you want this that badly?
Yeah, well, I just want you to stop, and so I'm gonna pull out 3 gold and hand it to him.
He spits in his palm, extends out, and goes, we have an accord.
We do, and I wave my hand around his palm.
No, you gotta seal the deal.
And he fucking grabs your hand out of midair and shakes, and he just gets up and walks away. Takes your 3 gold.
I yell after him, try and sell cursed items to the smaller groups, they're usually looking for things.
Thank you, Captain Grant.
What are they calling you, Captain Grant?
Grant, no, it's my last name.
Oh, I see. So I now have a box with a jelly in it or something?
Well, it's a fairly large box that's like a crate size that's sitting next to the dock here.
Well, Saigar, here you go.
There's
I
a
can eat
small
it
like
if you
slot
like.
in the top so you can put things into it, which is kind of where like the black pudding is emerged. And when you go to lift it up, you realize that it's empty at the bottom. So like as soon as you try to lift up the crate, the black pudding, which is about like 3 by 3 feet, would start to leak out.
So you bought a box you can't move.
Excellent job, Kybius.
Quite honestly, it was worth the go just to stop the misery that you were putting that poor man under.
Warren is laughing fucking uncontrollably. In the middle of the square.
Do you want to eat that with your arm?
I could.
Yeah, I know. This is like dinner for Warren.
Let me put it out of its misery.
Jesus!
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fuck it. It's horrific. It's fucking horrible. It's like every nature documentary you've seen of like snapping turtle eats manta ray. It's always that a horrible shit where like, oh no, please, right? Where it's fucking like sea urchin eats snake or whatever. Where you're like, oh, it's hard to watch as this thing thrashes and struggles as you just fucking absorb it as like this superior like hand into box and it hurts quite a lot as the thing thrashes around, but you just absorb the fucking ooze and digest it in your own arm, and you can watch as the gooey flesh like bulbs outwards like a snake swallowing something too large for it, as this black gelatinous cube is pulled up into Warren's arm and like broken down into base components and dissolved very, very slowly over a couple of minutes.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I can never, ever unsee that. And I suddenly lost my appetite for the next week.
Yeah, I'm glad that we don't have to eat anything for the next week because of that hero's feast, because if I did, I would definitely throw it up.
Yeah, I guess I'll skip dinner for tonight.
Does it mean if I was gonna eat something bigger, you guys wouldn't join in on the chug chant?
I'm sorry, the what?
It's just a fun thing sometimes when a creature's really big, people stand around and yell, chug.
Yeah, like chug, chug, chug. No.
And then you absorb it.
Yeah.
He chugs it.
You know what? I
should have explained Epitaph more to you.
Yeah, I suddenly realised why so few people come here.
Hey, talking about that, why are we here right now?
Okay, so I know we're just getting caught up in what's going on.
Claudius was fascinated by a box.
We should make our way to figure out what's happening with the creature, and then figure out where we're going from there, because we didn't get a lot of sleep on Zaglebite.
And maybe wear like some facial covering so we can walk 2 feet without being interrupted.
And also, it's important to know about the creature, because if there are boats leaving the hut, most of them are going to be dedicated to that. So...
Shay'll cast a glance over at like Warren and just be like, so... Fable?
General first, and then Fable, and we can do whatever. I'm just trying to free us up so we don't have to deal with fucking Captain, what's his name? It sounds like Goldfish.
Richard?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Wrapping up pretty quick here, guys, I promise. As you guys continue to sort of make your way down to where you know that the sort of wisp in the water is located, which would be fine this time of day, if that is in fact the goal, I believe.
Well, we wanted to get the information for what's going on with the hunt out of the way first, which would be Captain.
Okay.
What's his name? Because that's on a time limit. Yeah.
Okay. General Lucian Latrout?
Yes, that his name sounds like Goldfish.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
Okay. You know that the General's general store, which is sort of like, again, he's sort of Epitaph's purveyor of oddities that exist sort of in the center of town, and often found like full dressed in his militia attire, despite being probably a good 300 pounds of jolly. As you start making your way kind of down to sort of the busy center of the street, you can hear the sounds of people like cheering and in shock as there's a whole group gathered around what kind of looks like, you're pretty sure, is another big brawl. And it's very clear that as you get a little bit close, you can kind of see one of the combatants from fucking 30 plus feet away, because he towers, or it towers head and shoulders, and its blue furry skin above the circle of people who are watching this fight play out. And there's like the sounds of fists basically punching into like the soft furry skin of this creature as it seems unfazed and looks down at its lesser opponent. And as you get close, you can sort of recognize that people are talking about how it escalated from an arm wrestling tournament that the lesser man sort of claimed was rigged, basically.
Oh.
And this creature is shirtless from the waist up, save for like a few decorations like around its arms, iron bands and things like that. One big, huge, heavy gauntlet on its two normal hands, as opposed to the two much larger arms that protrude from its mid back. And it has like long black shaggy hair that pours down from like a horned skull like face, and has just these smoldering like blood red eyes, and it's just covered in a frost, and you recognize this creature is one of the sort of the titans of the Bravelands, from the Titan Spires. And you watch as this very well-built pirate like throws a few punches and basically just gets grabbed by this creature and thrown into a nearby building where all of the rods and wooden and sticks that sort of like build this structure just collapse all around him. And he just sort of turns to the rest of the crowd, fight over now. And eyes like flicker across all of you for a brief moment.
Oh.
Stands probably 10 feet tall, massive, enormous forearm height, and the two additional arms fold in and like on its back once again, and it picks up this just massive gargantuan blade, and sort of sets it back again in its side. And after a moment, like the frost on its skin begins to fade, and it takes on a more traditional pinkish hue. And it looks more like a person, albeit again a giant 10-foot tall person. And the same red, just glowing eyes, dull just enough to confuse you.
Someone I've seen before?
No.
How tall is he?
10 feet.
Oh boy.
He's a big one.
And we wouldn't have seen something like him in the Ka, for those of us who were there, right? Because these guys all went to the north, to the Bravelands.
That is correct. Although, if you want to go ahead and give me a perception check. I've kind of abandoned passive perception. It's just too much stuff. My apologies.
Too much to remember.
Too much.
I'll toss that up perception roll.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Yikes.
It's that box.
Is this the sort of
What's
thing
with
where
that
people
box?
are taking challenges?
Yeah, if you want to go pick a fight with this guy.
Wait, are we all rolling perception here?
If you would like to.
That wasn't a GM question. I yelled that out loud to the crowd.
Oh, there's the group turns and like looks at you. Saigar, you can see that there are dozens of tightly knit together golden circles hidden underneath the gauntlet worn on his left hand. So he is one of the slaves of the Ka of significant value. He has been long loyal, but he hides it beneath the gauntlet. And the crowd like turns to you, Warren, eyes wide, and like a few people break into smiles, and they turn back to this massive item, like, oh, you're gonna get it now, mine. And it just exhales this cloud of just frozen smoke, as if uninterested in you, and sort of turns back to collect a handful of gold left behind on a now shattered arm wrestling table.
I sort of stand and wait. I've never been one to fucking just start a fight out of anger. A duel is a duel, not a fucking for sure. Street brawl.
And a few people like, bet you can't take him, and sort of like jab their heads at you, and it just wordlessly at them, and just continues to gather coin. And then you hear a voice that you feel like you've heard before, long ago. High-pitched and nasally, and just a voice that if you could punch it, you would. And dressed in sort of fine leathers and sort of pushing its way through the crowd with a belt filled with bullets and a large rifle slung, two large rifles slung, crisscrossed over his back. You hear a voice shout, "All right, Sawtooth, time to get going. Karna's waiting. We're in a hurry." And you watch as a very, very familiar shape, now much older, couple of golden teeth, couple of scars, but a child that you remember as Garrow, one of the children.
I fucking go for a hug.
Yeah, you fucking just like rush forward and nearly wipe out the fact that there's another person who is as well, where a very well-dressed half-orc, also like very frail, just kind of steps out of the way the last possible second, and Zolt blinks at you a couple of times, shocked and confused. And like I continue as you run, there's a pair of eyes that like gleam out from the crowd nearby, as this warforged woman dressed in beautiful attire, also just her eyes watching you the entire time as you rush towards Garrow. And he just like takes it to and goes, "By the Raven Queen's lower beard, is that you, Morgaine?"
Garrow, you look amazing.
Shut up, baby, I know it.
In the moment I see Zolt, I'm gonna try to grab him too.
Yeah, same thing. Fucking Zolt like just goes in for the hug immediately, like throws his arms around. He's like, "Morgaine, it's been forever. Are you here? What is going on?"
Watch the prickly bits.
No, sorry. And he takes a step back. "Jeez, what happened to your arm? Shireen, you can fix that, right?" And sort of looks towards this warforged woman who, just a corner of her mouth perks up a little bit. And as you all sort of step into the group together, their eyes look out over you, and their eyes meet for a brief moment, all of you together. And Zolt sees you, Shay, and Kyvius, you see Garrow. Nobody sees Karna. And Garrow's face contorts a little bit into a smile and looks at you, Shay, and goes, "Well, geez, it's like a family reunion."
Garrow, this might be the first time in 9 years on this island I'm happy to hear your voice.
Hey, listen, feelings mutual, guys. Hey, listen, if we're gonna make this family reunion, let's get everybody in here. Karna, come here! And Morgaine's heart, you just jump in your chest for a split second. And then he looks to you, Shay, and goes, "And hey, get Polo as well, come on!" And you watch as a shape moves through the crowd, fully armored, head to toe, in almost Dark Knight attire, no face, everything dressed in the gold and the silvers of the Ka, as it lunges almost like an undead creature, hands swaying too much as it sides. massive greatsword on its back and goes standing behind Sawtooth, Shireen, Garrow, and Zult. And they go, "We have a lot to catch up on."
Yeah, right. You guys look in well health. It's good to see you again. It's been so long.
I think that's where we're gonna end the game session today, guys.
This motherfucker spent 18 sessions.
Summary: kill.
Took 18 sessions and our childhoods to set up a party versus party 10 years later.
I want to fight Karna. I want to do it.
Karna never showed up there, did she?
No.
At least that we didn't see.
This is the shot in the movie where the fucking two, good guys and bad guys, or ambivalent and gray guys, stand in the camera pan.
Yeah. Karna
got,
arrives
like, the split screen.
later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Karna arrives a moment later. Spear at her side. Just beautiful red hair flowing around her shoulders, dressed in the attire of the Ka. Face an expression of shock and concern and a heart that is simultaneously breaking and mended.
Morgaine would stiffen up and just look at her. And that be it. Sorry. You want to end it? I keep trying to...
Yeah, good.
Okay. I'll just leave it at there for now.
Yeah, I'm just going to play us out. See everybody next week.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
It's a family reunion, boys.
Holy shit.
I think this can only go perfectly happy. Next week will be nothing but dinner table, laughing and drinking.
How can we go from fucking the like, oh my god, we gotta figure out what's going on with the city, to flying on Zaglebite, to this?
I'm emotionally just all over the place right now.
It's a lot in one game.
The question really is, will Morgaine be able to kill his friends?
No. just put a cork in that. If you weren't paying attention, no.
Fine, I'll do it for you.
Of course.
Yeah, just remind you, there was a campfire chat a long time ago.
Yeah.
Is Zach still awake?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
What was your response to Polo?
Oh, man. You guys would be seeing Shay just clamp her mouth shut, eyes like narrow, and just the veins just start bulging.
He hasn't been on Epitaph. That's new. Zoltan.
Well, Karna's new too.
Yeah.
He specifically said she wasn't on it.
Yeah, it was Zoltan and Garrow were the only ones really hanging around.
Sure, well, they're on their way.
Yeah, they are.
Ooh, boy.
What I'm trying to find Vale's written description of the other people we were gonna encounter. Because I'm 99.9% sure that Warforged with the purple eye in the middle is one of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's them.
You mentioned,
I'm pretty
certain.
certain.
A woman that looks like you, but with a purple eye.
Yeah. Bird woman, I don't.
I'm going to pop the stream off so I can start the transfer over to YouTube.
Yeah.